5, tray 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tray 5. Perfect time about it, but the party go live. Go live. Go live. Go live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tray 5. Perfect time in pockets make the party go live, go live, go live, go live, go live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, tray 5. Perfect time in pockets make the party more live, go live, go live, go live. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the #1 podcast on YouTube. You made it, man. Did you hit your notification bell? Did you hit your subscribe, man? You made it finally. You've been saying it to you. I got to make it live. I got to make it to the live stream. This is what I need you to do as soon as you get into the chat, man. As soon as you welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome to the Perfect Time Podcast, everybody. Double tap hit the like button, subscribe. What I need you to do off the top, man, show some love and unity, man. Show some love and unity. I need you to guard your privacy and respect the community guidelines. That's my first request, man. It's for you. That request is based in love and admiration for the listeners, man. Thank you for everything that you've done for me so far. Thank you for everything that you do for me every day, man. Right now, today, we're getting into it, man. We're getting into it, man. Guard your privacy, man, and abide by community guidelines. Let's see some love and respect, some community admiration in the chat. How's everybody doing today, man? How's everybody? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Hopefully you doing great. We doing great. You doing great. Hey, how many people in the chat is colorblind? I'm a little bit colorblind, but help me out, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm working. Is that it? Is that it? I think that's it. I think that's it. Double tap, hit the like button. Welcome in, man. Perfect Time Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash. 2026, man. How fire is 2026? 2026, man, it's such a great year. I mean, it's the greatest president. He's the greatest president, right? He's the greatest president I've ever seen, right? He's the greatest second term that you've ever seen. That's just a fact of the matter, right? Double tap hit the like button. You are welcome. You are here. You are here. You made it. You made it to the Perfect Time Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube, fastest growing podcast on YouTube. Millions of views, millions of subscribers. The chat room, thousands of chats. You need to become a member. Membership has its privileges, man. When you subscribe, hit the plus sign. We got a membership special right now, $199. $2.99. You can become a member right now. It's called the Somalian Special. I'm calling it the Somalian Special. It's a great day for the Somalian Special. I'm going to tell you that right now. Because today we're going to be talking about the Minnesota Medicaid fraud, $250 million, the freeze going on right now. You thought we was going to just leave Minnesota. You thought they was going to get away with the $19 billion. Y'all thought they was going to get away? No. Oh, Trump. Trump did so good, man. Trump news, giving Democrats a boo blues, giving Democrats. That's why Ilhan was screaming and crying and moaning. She knows what's happening on March 17th. Can I get 317-26 in the chat? See, my chat understands these dates, these times, the data, the receipts, because that's what we do here. Receipts and evidence. March 17th, TPS expires for the Somalians. We gave them temporary protections. Think about everything we did for that community. Temporary protection. Their country was failing. People starving, and I remember 10 cents a day, you could feed a starving African. So we bring the Somalians here, right? We give them welfare, just like the immigrants that came across during the Biden-Harris era. You know, $5,000 a month. You never got the type of support the Somalian community got. You're an American citizen. Your grandfather went to World War II. My grandfather was in World War II. Let me give some props to my grandfather and your grandfather. My grandfather was in World War II. Your grandfather was in World War II. You ain't never got to support the Somalian community, guy. They got 80% of that entire community was on welfare, subsidized by the American. They came here with nothing. Then we gave them everything. That wasn't enough. On top of that, we gave them temporary protection. Y'all know what temporary protection, TPS, a special status. That's why they act so arrogant when the federal government is asking them questions. But that's why Trump removed the TPS. When did the TPS removed? Put it in the chat. 3/17/2026. March. The day is coming The day is coming. The day that all of this stuff with Ilhan Omar thinks is suitable to call my president a murderer. I got video after video. Ilhan Omar, Somalian president, is her uncle. The Somalian president is her uncle. She says Somalia is her home. Somalian president is her uncle. Somalia is her home. Then why in the hell are you calling my American president a criminal? Why are you calling my president a murderer? She got to go, y'all. It's perverted, bro. The Democrats are pathetic. Hashtag the Democrats are pathetic. They're destroying themselves. They're destroying themselves. And now I love it. You thought we was going to leave Minnesota? No, we're not leaving Minnesota. We're not leaving the Somalian community. What did Trump say? He said the Somalian pirates. You know, it's not a joke anymore, right? When it's $19 billion in fraud, it's no longer joke. It's no longer racist. It comes down to fact. We're talking about a matter of fact that Ilhan Omar had a party at the Safari Club. She had a party at the Safari Club. The thing about the Safari Club is it was owned by a Somalian fraudster. He stole $250 million. Then he throws Ilhan Omar a celebratory congratulations party. Congratulations for what? We want to know. Congratulations for what? Congratulations for what? What are we celebrating, Omar? Maybe celebrating helping them steal billions of dollars, and now Omar is worth $30 million. Did you guys know Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million? Huh? Did you guys know that? Now, and overnight, and she's married to a white man. So wait a minute, Ilhan Omar hates white people. Did you know that? Ilhan Omar hates white people, specifically white men. We played a video. She forgot that she said that white men are evil, right? But she's married to a white man. This makes no sense. You hate white men. Don't it sound like AOC? AOC says the same thing. AOC hates white men. White men are evil, but AOC is married to a white man. This is funny. So Ilhan Omar says all these evil things about our president, calls out our president, calls out white men. Haven't you noticed that the left has been associating the Republicans with evil, with white men and racism, but at the same time, they're married to white men. I always bring up, every day I bring up how Trump is not racist. I give you great examples. Obviously, Ilhan Omar, AOC, Kamala Harris, they all know something that we all know too, that Trump is not racist and white men are not inherently racist. If they were, the squad and all of these prominent women of color wouldn't be married to white men. Come on, man. Come on, man. We ain't leaving Minnesota, man. We ain't leaving Minnesota. And, you know, we ain't even getting to Minnesota just yet because we ain't starting with, I just wanted to tell you as we get it going, because I get excited, man. I get excited. I just want to tell everybody, this is the topics we're talking about today. Said I wouldn't call you. Y'all acting up in the chat already. They acting up in the chat. They acting up in the chat already. Double tapping the like button. W chat. Y'all ready to go, man? Come on, man. Check this out, man. We ain't gonna leave Minnesota, man. We ain't gonna leave prosecution. Trump just handed the ball, did an alley-oop around the back. I got my Jordan on today. I got my around the back. I got my 23 Jordan on today because we celebrate. We got Jordan blue. We got the Jordan alley-oop to JD Vance. So what happened in the State of the Union? Can we have a talk this morning? What happened in the State of the Union? Let's just be honest. What really happened? What happened in the State of the Union was a masterful 4D chess class of how you actually do politics, right? How you actually do politics, the way politics is done correctly. What do you mean, Perfect? A lot was accomplished in the State of the Union. Not only did he call out the Democrats, make the Democrats gonna have to climb out of this hole, right? The Democrats are gonna have to climb out of this hole for not standing up for the American citizens. This is an election year. So he put the Democrats back against the wall when they already are facing low polling numbers, right? The Democrats already have to answer questions. Tim Walz has bowed out, right? Bernie Sanders needs to bow out. I think Bernie Sanders will bow out. Nancy Pelosi has bowed out. This is just what it looks like, right? So a lot was accomplished in the State of the Union. So he puts the Democrats on their back, right? They did it to themselves. Can we say that? Trump is playing 4D chess, played them into a hole, right? Puts their back against the wall. What else did he do? Calls out the Somalian fraud, right? Reminds Minnesota simply because we have drawn down federal ICE agents doesn't mean we have stopped prosecution measures in Minnesota over the fraud. We're not done going after Tim Walz. We're not done going after Jacob Fry. We're not done in Minnesota, period, right? And reminded the Somali community that we're not done with them. I'm reminding the Somali community this morning that March 17th, Trump removed your temporary protection, right? And I think we need to investigate everybody in Minnesota from the Somali community who happens to be on welfare. I think everybody who's receiving welfare after such levels of fraud need to be double checked. I think that's part of the big, beautiful bill. Double tap, hit the like button if you support the big, beautiful bill. So we're not leaving Minnesota, right? Now, what else happened in the State of the Union that made the State of the Union so magical, right? So 4D chess. Donald Trump also handed the reins to J.D. Vance. Double tap, hit the like button. Donald Trump handed the reins to J.D. Vance. This is what Biden did not do for Kamala Harris. This is something that is not partisan. Can we have a conversation, an intellectual political debate this morning? That was not partisan. That was masterful politics. Trump cannot run again in 2028. That is letting everybody know on the left, all the political Democratic pundits, Trump wants a third term. Trump this, Trump that. No, Trump doesn't want a third term. And to prove it, in the longest, most successful State of the Union ever in American history, he throws the ball to J.D. Vance. Double tap hit the like button. He throws the ball to J.D. Vance. There's no other way to say it. He's the greatest president to ever live. He's the greatest tactician. He's the greatest 4D chess player ever. Double tap hit the like button. No, this is what Biden did not do for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has a book. There's no reason to debate it because we watched it ourselves. But I know you have TDS and you have cognitive disabilities, right? So you probably don't remember what happened. But Kamala Harris wrote a book. Just in case you forgot, and just in case you think the conservatives just want to pick on you, Kamala Harris wrote a book saying she never got the support that Trump just displayed for Vance, right? Kamala Harris said in her book, 107 Days, she called Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom didn't answer the phone, you guys. Gavin Newsom did not answer the phone. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama said, I want to wait. Nancy Pelosi told her, no, we need to go to convention. We don't need a coronation. Isn't that what conservatives have said? Isn't that what Republicans have said? Isn't that the climate that MAGA knew? We said, hey, the DNC, y'all not going to convention. Kamala never got a vote. This is going to be easy for us. This is going to be a walk in the park. The sad part is all these liberal purple hair protesters have no idea what we're talking about when we say Nancy Pelosi said we don't need a coronation. That's the sad part about this debate this morning. As we get into it, they said we don't need a coronation. This is Kamala Harris' words. These are not my words. This is not the words of MAGA. This is the words of Kamala Harris. This is the liberal left. This is what they did to your black Wakanda queen. That's what happened. They didn't call her back. They didn't have her back. They didn't support her back. But what did we just see in the greatest State of the Union ever in American history? Donald Trump handed the ball like Michael Jordan to Scottie Pippen. In for alley-oop, smash, dunk, slam, slam. Trump. Vance 2028, Vance Rubio, Vance Gabbard. I don't care what it is, but that was masterful politics. That was masterful 4D chess. Did you guys see that? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? It was so much that took place in the State of the Union. It was more than just Trump having a good time. It was more than just claps. Today, we're going to talk about the Minnesota Medicaid fraud and the freeze and how J.D. Vance is taking over the fraud in Minnesota. Not the borders are. Biden threw Kamala under the bus, you guys. Biden threw Kamala. He didn't do what Trump did in the State of the Union. Instead, he made Kamala the border czar, knowing they had lost control of the border, knowing it would plague him in the re-election. So how did he get that off? How did he get that off? Well, shit, give it to Kamala. Ha ha, hee hee. So all of the heat from the border that should have been placed at the feet of the president, who it was his policy. Rightfully so. It was Biden's policy to open the border. The vice president doesn't have the power to open the border and tell federal border agents to stand down. See, this was part of it. The Border Patrol was pissed. Y'all remember when Biden was president and Republican senators and congressmen went to the border and talked to border agents and they were pissed. They said, we can't do anything. The law of supremacy, the president told us to stand down, pass out bottles of water. Well, Kamala doesn't have the power to tell federal ICE agents and Border Patrol to stand down and pass out water and allow troves and caravans to come across the border. But yet and still, even though Kamala didn't have the power to open the border, Joe Biden and the Democratic Party shifted blame onto Kamala and made her border czar. Wah, 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 wah. Can y'all believe it? I believe it. So when Joe Biden never had to face questions about the border to this day, we tease Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is poison pen for her whole political life with the border czar. We're going to tease Kamala every time. She can't run. Tim Walz can never run for office again. I said when Tim Walz stepped down from running from office, Tim Walz killed Kamala Harris' chances because every interview, and she has to do a podcast if she runs for president again, every interview she will have to speak to Tim Walz liberal Democratic policies that led to the Somalian $19 billion fraud. Did you suspect Tim Walz? Because Tim Walz knew he was covering up. There were whistleblowers. So Kamala will have to speak to all of this and not what she will do in the upcoming 4 years of her presidency. You will have to convince the American people. You will have to convince the American people that you were completely ignorant to what Tim Walz had done in Minnesota and what he might do with the America. And then you got to get them to trust you. After you try to convince the American people, because you did not do this correctly with Biden. When Biden had cognitive disabilities, you did not properly distance yourself from Biden. When in her book, think about this. In Kamala's book, you know what she said? Kamala said, I was wrong not to distance myself from Biden. I wish I was making this up. I'm just telling you what's going to happen in 2026. I'm telling you what's going to happen in 2028. Kamala said, we were all hypnotized. Let me look it up. Because some of you didn't read the book. Kamala says she and Dems was hypnotized and should have stopped Biden from running. In her book, in her memoirs. Everybody out there, double tap, hit the like button, and YouTube land. I just got to back myself up. That's what we do here, receipts, you guys. That's what we do here, receipts, you guys. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. That's what we do here. Let's get the receipts going, man. Let's get the receipts going, because it's not my book. It's not my book. It's her words. It's not my book, right? It's not my book. It's her words, right? Double tap, hit the like button, you guys. Double tap, hit the like button. It's not my book, right? It's her words. In the memoir, 107 Days, Kamala Harris describes the Democratic Party's approach to Joe Biden's 2024 re-election bid as being like they were hypnotized, calling the decision to allow him to run reckless. Double tap, hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the greatest podcast on YouTube. I promise you, no one is going to do this research and give you these facts the way I give you this facts and break it down to you all the way down to break it downtown. Let's go, baby. Double tap and hit the like button. I know you hate this. I know you hate this realness. I know you hate this flavor. Let's get into it. The flavor that they savor up here, neighbor. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. We are talking about Trump masterful 4D chess handoff to JD Vance for 2028, setting the Republicans up for a massive win in 2026, putting the Democrats back against the wall. As I do that, I'm taking this beautiful opportunity to highlight to my audience and educate to those and to reiterate to others. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. That Kamala Harris did not receive this type of support from the Democratic Party, from the DNC, from Biden, from Newsom, from Pelosi. In fact, when Kamala Harris wrote in her book about the cognitive disabilities of Joe Biden, she said that she and the Democrats were hypnotized. Y'all want me to read the excerpt from her book, 107 Days? This is the words of Kamala Harris, former vice president, former presidential candidate, talking about her experience running for president. Her experience running for president. Let's read. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's read. In her memoir, 107 Days, Kamala Harris describes the Democratic Party's approach to Joe Biden's 2024 re-election bid as being like they were hypnotized, calling the decision to allow him to run reckless, She argues the decision was too reliant on personal ego rather than strategic party choice. What am I saying to you today about Trump and what am I saying to you? She said when they didn't pick her right away, the DNC did not. This is what Bill Maher said also. This is what Stephen A. Smith said also. The Democrats don't want to win. They are not being strategic, right? I argued this morning that Trump showed a masterclass. So if that's what happened to Kamala, what's the juxtaposition to that? What's the opposite on the spectrum? What does it look like? What does it look like to do it correctly? If Joe Biden and the Democrats did it incorrectly, I say to you this morning, Trump, and the other night in the State of the Union, the most popular State of the Union ever, the longest State of the Union ever, Trump showed a masterclass in how you hand off to your vice president, how you hand off the reins to your vice president and set them up for victory. Trump in his speech highlighted J.D. Vance several times and put him in prime position. Today, I will go into detail how J.D. Vance is now point in Minnesota for the Minnesota fraud. That is a masterclass on how you hand off power and how you ensure that your party keeps power, right? Biden didn't do that. He made Kamala Borders-Ard. And by Kamala's own words, they refuse to follow the proper strategy and hand off the ball to Kamala within the adequate time. These are her own words. These are her own. This is why what happened at the State of the Union is so powerful. The State of the Union has carried so much weight. The State of the Union has carried so much weight because of the mistakes of the Democrats and how we have highlighted what they did not do. Biden had State of the Union. Biden had plenty of opportunities to highlight Kamala Harris, but Biden wanted to be president again, despite him being, do you know if Biden would have won, he would have been damn near 90 years old. We would have had a 100-year-old president. It didn't make sense. It never made sense that he ran the first time. And everyone knew when he kept falling asleep and he couldn't stand against Trump, everyone knew he never should have ran the second time. Biden would, let me read it again. Let's 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 read it again. These are her words. I'm not making this up. In the memoir, 107 Days, written by Kamala Harris, she describes the Democratic Party's approach to Joe Biden's 2024 re-election bid as being like they were hypnotized, calling the decision to allow him to run reckless. She argues the decision was too reliant on personal ego rather than a strategic party choice. Hypnotized, Harris writes that Democrats treated the re-election bid as Joe and Jill's decision, acting as if they had been hypnotized. Instead of going to the DNC, instead of going to the party, instead of going and doing constituency, what have I said to you every day? The Democrats don't know shit about constituency. They try to shove everything down your throat. Hey, Target, Target's in the news right now, losing money again. Hey, Target. Hey, Budweiser. Hey, Cracker Barrel. How successful has that been? Shoving your agenda down the people's throat instead of doing constituency and finding out what the American people, just like voter ID, over 80% of the American people agree you need some type of ID. Fucking Mondani wants ID just to leave the house. But the Democrats want to push down their agenda. Let's keep reading, man. Huh? Let's keep reading, man. Let's double tap, hit the like button. Let's double tap, hit the like button, and let's give out this truth. Let's give out these receipts. Recklessness. She described the decision-making process as reckless in retrospect. This is Kamala Harris. Now, hasn't MAGA said this? Hasn't concerned? I mean, this is a fantastic day, man. What a way to start the day. What a way to start the show, man. What a way to start the show. It's one thing for the black guy with the tight eye and the loud voice to say these things. I'm a YouTuber. I understand if you take my words with a grain of salt. Despite the fact I'm highly articulable and highly intelligent, you know that I know what I'm talking about, right? And here it is, Kamala Harris is saying what you think the black MAGA YouTuber is saying. Isn't that a special and powerful moment? Isn't that a special, powerful moment? A special and powerful moment. This is not how they always say those YouTubers are this and those YouTubers are that. These are Kamala Harris's words. These are Kamala Harris's words. Not my words, not the words of a Republican conservative YouTuber, but this is what she wrote in her book. She called it reckless. She described the decision-making process as reckless in retrospect. Ego versus strategy. She notes the choice should not have been left solely to an individual's ego. I agree. That's not even the democratic process. It should have been through the DNC. It should have been that by the Constitution. Despite her criticism, she defends Biden's ability to do the job at the time. This is why she lost. This is what happened. This is what happened. So I just wanted to highlight Trump. I just want to highlight Vance, and I just want to highlight the differences between the parties, right? Like everything you've taught on liberal media is not the actual truth. They're not giving you the reality and the differences of the parties, right? I just gave you the differences. The real difference is one party knows what to do and one party is completely inept. And they had to admit it themselves. Kamala Harris basically admitted that the Democratic Party wasn't ready for the show. And it showed, man. It showed in every interview she had. It showed every time she was on television. The Democratic Party was not ready for the show. It had nothing to do with Trump. It had nothing to do with racism. It had everything to do with the fact that the Democratic Party was not ready for the show. And Trump's State of the Union address has shown the American people. Think about it. We have conflicts around the globe. Tucker Carlson is talking about we're this close to World War III. We're this close to World War III. How many times those people who are subscribed to my channel and watch my channel on a daily basis, you've seen me talk about the uptick in Iran and Tehran. I've talked about it. Remember yesterday we had a talk about what happened in Venezuela and how people don't truly understand when we stop oil tankers. Like in that time, those oil tankers were supplying China. And what I explained to you yesterday is that China and Russia, and the same thing happened outside of Greenland, where we stopped oil tankers from going to Russia. Remember when we stopped that boat and we had the helicopters come down on the boat? That was outside of Russia. We've stopped oil going to Russia and China. These are major world players, but they have a problem. They have a demographic problem with not having a replacement generation, right? They have a demographic problem with not having enough 18-year-olds because of the one-child policy. But China also has another problem. China doesn't have enough natural resources to sustain the large population. Russia is facing the same thing. The only global power who has enough natural resources to actually sustain itself is America. That's why so many millions of people came here when Joe Biden opened the border. This is why Europe is upset with us. If you don't understand this, this is the #1 geopolitical podcast. Why is Europe calling us isolationists? Why is Europe upset with the Russia-Ukraine deal? Why is Macron in France not happy? It's because they see and understand the things I'm teaching you today. America has enough oil and resources to take care of its people. The rest of the globe does not. Then America goes and takes Venezuela. Venezuela has the largest oil deposits in the globe and the largest gold deposits in the globe. Without Venezuela, China and Russia can't exist. This is without dropping one bomb. This is without dropping one bomb. So global tension has escalated ever since we've stopped oil leaving our hemisphere, leaving South America, going to China and going to Russia. China, and now we have issues in Iran. We have super tankers. We have the largest buildup of the military in the Middle East since the Iraq war, right now, today. And that's happened over the past 30 days. We already dropped 2 bombs on Iran. Those 2 bombs that Trump dropped on Iran were the largest bombs underneath a nuclear bomb. Though we took out nuclear facilities, but those bombs were the largest bombs under nuclear bombs. Right now, what is going on geopolitically in the world? We are in Abu Dhabi. Right now, America is in Abu Dhabi in trilateral peace talks with Russia. What I am saying to you, when I break down the mistakes that the Democrats admit they made, do the American people trust that the Democrats would be able to manage the circumstances of the globe right now? Do the American people trust that the Democrats understand and would be able to manage trilateral talks in Abu Dhabi while having peace talks about Israel and Gaza? Do you think the Democrats would be able to do both simultaneously while dealing with Greenland and precious minerals and securing the oil and gold in Venezuela and then blocking China from being able to grow and being able to sustain itself? Do you know what Trump is doing? I said 4D chess. This is called monopoly. This is called monopoly. This is how you play monopoly. This is why Europe is saying America is isolationist, because you have oil already and now you're taking more oil and you want Greenland and you don't want to share. What Trump has said is it only helps you, and this is what was said in Davos and Munich. There is no NATO without America. Double tap and hit the like button. There is no NATO without America. So it only helps NATO to have a strong America. But NATO is still whining. Macron, France, Denmark, and I get it. They want a piece of the pie. But see, they have gotten fat and lazy, and they have gotten used to Americans being poor and them living high on the hog. Thank God for Donald Trump for saying Americans are no longer going to work for $7.25 an hour. That's what the Democrats said. That's what Obama gave you. Obama gave you stagnant wages. Bill Clinton sent your factory and pension jobs abroad. Trump with trade and tariffs is bringing those jobs and factories back. When I first started this discussion, no one in my chat could even articulate what a pension was. And I understand, because people under 35 may not know what a pension is, because it's sad. The pension only went away in the 1980s. The pension is not something that's very old. The pension is not something that's very old, but they took away a pension, a guaranteed life for Americans. Your grandfather had a pension. You understand? Your grandfather had a pension. They gave him a gold watch. He never had to worry about working. He didn't worry about being homeless because he worked at the factory long enough to acquire a pension. You know what I said yesterday about New York and Zandani, Mandani, the Morani? I said the baby boomers retired last year. The rest are retiring this year. Do you know what's going to happen in New York? Do you know what's going to happen in New York and major cities that are not? Zoran Mamdani is learning that he can't do the things he wants to do in New York because New York is in a deficit. It's not only in a deficit, but the pool of money to make changes has shrunk in New York because you have less working people. And I'm saying that's going to shrink even more because the baby boomers are retiring. Now you add on top of that baby boomer pensions from police, teachers, and fire. What is that going to do to New York? Zohran Mamdani has no idea. He cannot afford his socialist policies. He can't afford his socialist policies. Thank God for Donald Trump. Thank God for Donald Trump for stopping the train and putting us back on track. Right now, we need to be vigilant about our geopolitics. If you don't know what's going on in Iran, because you heard about those bombs and being dropped in Iran, and you may never have heard that the conflict escalated. They had protests, because we were during the time when we had Minnesota protests, they had protests in Tehran, right? And they were killing people, right? So now Trump has super carriers, nuclear missiles, aircraft carriers outside of Iran, and we're in nuclear talks. There's a peace, Geneva is coming where we're going to have nuclear talks with China, because China is upset that we stopped the oil from Venezuela, and China can't function. China doesn't have enough oil to power its nation, and it's on its soil. They have to purchase oil. These are demographic shifts in the globe that you may not know. In order for China to be a world power, in order for China to exist as it exists today, they have to purchase oil. America doesn't. You know, remember in the first Trump presidency, in the drill baby drill, in the shale gas? Does anybody remember shale gas and drill baby drill? Can I get hashtag drill baby drill in the chat? We need more likes. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Let's get some water. Double tap, hit the like button. You know what happened with the shale gas? The shale gas now makes America 100% energy reliant. We don't have to call anyone for oil anymore. The Trump first term and second term puts America in a unique global position. With that shale gas, we get 90% of our oil, 90% of the energy of oil and gas that America needs comes from America. That is unlike any other world power. That is unlike any other world power. They have to purchase gas, right? And China depended heavily on Venezuelan crude. And Trump just announced that so much happened that you don't truly understand. But this is my job to tell you. So much happened at the State of the Union. What did also Trump talk about at the State of the Union? He talked about how much money and how much barrels we have gotten. Anybody, can you put in the chat? I'm going to look it up right now. How much oil and barrels have we got out of Venezuela? You know what he was doing? That again, that was 4D chess. You hear it as a celebration. Yay, we got oil. Yay, we got barrels. We're making money off of Venezuela. That's not what China hears. That's not what Europe hears. That's not what Russia hears, because they benefited from Venezuelan oil at very low prices, just like they benefited from very low tariffs. So when now Trump at the State of the Union announces, we got Venezuela, we got Venezuelan oil, and now I'm telling you the numbers. Now America is profiting. This is why Macron in France is pissed at the Ukraine-Russia deal, because there will be money. Russia's not giving up the Donbass region, right? So there will be money in rebuilding the Ukraine. There will be money in rebuilding Gaza. There will be money in rebuilding, what's up, that other piece right there. And America is going to make money on money, 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 money. And Europe is pissed. NATO is pissed. Macron is pissed. Denmark, Austria, you know, Austria is building back up arms. They ain't even supposed to have an army. Austria and Germany is building back up arms because they don't like the fact that the peace agreement in Abu Dhabi, I call it Denali in Abu Dhabi. We in Denali in Abu Dhabi. Russia will be part of the G8 and be able to trade again. Macron doesn't like that. Austria, but I get it. I get it. Even when Tucker was negotiating, I get why NATO and the EU don't want a more powerful and self-sustained Russia. But America needs a trading partner. America is not aligned with NATO. Is that not obvious to everyone? Is that not obvious? It became eerily obvious when we discussed Greenland and the Prime Minister of Denmark start talking all that shit about going to war with America and say, we stand with, I can't do his accent, a foreign mother. We stand with NATO. We stand with the EU. And I'm at home. I'm watching this. This is just like Ilhan Omar. I'm looking at the Danish Prime Minister saying, motherfucker, we are NATO. And thank God for Davos. Thank God for Munich, where the rest of the EU, the Czech Prime, everybody said there is no NATO without America. I don't know what they were saying during that Greenland debate, but fuck everybody that was saying we don't need America and NATO, because and that made me feel better, because that's what conservatives have been saying. We love Trump. Trump took us out of the Paris Climate Accords. You may not know that. Trump took us out of the Paris Climate Accord. Biden put us right back in. Biden's put us right back in. And Trump said to NATO, you have to pay more money. You have to pay more money, or we're not going to be in NATO no more. You have to pay more money, or we're not going to be in NATO no more. What did NATO do? Pay more money. But it showed the whole world who's been paying attention to geopolitics, when that prime minister gave that speech and they put military forces. Did you guys remember that? They put military forces and said, if America tries to take Greenland, they will fire on America. And they said that in a 24-hour news cycle. They didn't go to a meeting. We're NATO brothers. We're NATO. You don't have an EU without NATO. So it took Europe and NATO less than one news cycle. Do you know how powerful that is for conservatives who are paying attention? These motherfuckers didn't even wait a week. These motherfuckers didn't wait a week before you saw military and then their prime minister doing all that bolstering. You will not take Greenland. And he had troops. If you get close, we will fight. Like, you could really stand up against America. That shit pissed me off. As someone who pays taxes, we send $300 billion to fucking Ukraine to protect you motherfuckers in Europe. We sent $300 billion. And what did Clinton say? What did Clinton say in Munich? Give them tomahawks. Give them more tomahawks. You know what I say, Clinton? Let Denmark, let Austria, let France, let them give the fucking tomahawks. Let them give the motherfuckers who said fuck America. In one news cycle, they said fuck America because you want Greenland. They don't want to share. NATO doesn't want to share. NATO wants everything. NATO wants 2% tariffs. You know, when we have that tariff debate, you know, when we have our tariff discussion, I always ask that player haters, do you know what the tariffs were in the EU before Trump? They never know. I know, because I have to defend my president. I love my president. I love his policies. I believe the policies are helping Americans. Do you know what the tariffs were on NATO before Trump? It was 2%, 2 to 3%, going back to 1996. They basically had zero tariffs. They didn't pay anything. They didn't, ever since World War II, we've been treating them like a little brother, like a baby, infantilizing NATO, infantilizing Europe, and they have gotten spoiled. Does anybody understand what's happened with our geopolitical relationships? We have infantilized our NATO relationship. They think we're their father. They think we're their big brother. They are not equal partners. That's why Trump said you have to pay more money. We no longer agree to be your father. We don't want to be your big brother. We want equal partners. If America has a problem, who's going to help us? If EU is not strong, who's going to help America? This relationship has always been a one-sided relationship. Well, America has the backs of the EU. We always help NATO. We always have NATO back. Right now, the Ukrainian-Russia conflict, we're there because we support NATO. The Ukraine, that doesn't affect Americans. Americans are waking up. This is what America First is all about. This is what America First is all about. That we don't want to be in the Ukraine. But we do understand why Macron is worried about Russia proliferation, right? I get it. I get why France is concerned. But see, I live across the pond, right? I live in America. I'm surrounded by water. I have enough oil. We have enough people. We have enough resources. I'm not worried as you about Russia, and I shouldn't be, but I understand why you are worried about Russia. I get it, right? Because you guys are going to have to share resources. It's going to come down to, do you guys understand what's going to happen between NATO? Because they're on the same continent. Do you know what's going to happen between NATO and Russia? It's an inevitable thing. And we're not going to clean it up, you guys. That's why we love Trump. That's why we love MAGA, Make America Great Again. That's why we love America First, because it will come down to resources real quick in over there between Europe and Russia. But that's not America's fight. And that's what we saying with America First. It's not America's fight. And it's this Cold War rhetoric that Americans, especially, now you guys got to understand, the people who watch my channel, are a little bit older. So you guys got to understand, you guys remember Gorbachev. You remember Reagan saying, tear down that wall. You remember the Cold War. 30-year-olds don't remember the Cold War. They are not afraid. They don't have this same understanding of World War II and the Cold War and Russia and Gorbachev. They don't fear it. They travel on passports. They've gone around the world. They've been to Russia. They've been to Tehran. They don't fear Russia and the globe the same way you and your grandfather did. Your grandfather didn't have a passport. He didn't travel. They didn't have passport bros. This is the difference in ideology and why we need to get people like Chuck Schumer and 89-year-old people out of the Senate, because the 30-year-olds do not relate to your fear of Russia and the Cold War and thinking that we need to hold off this Russian bear that will eventually get so large that we will have to protect ourselves from it. Russia never wanted to invade America. Russia only, right now, the demographics in Russia are so bad. After this conflict, they are going to have to be hyper-focused on having enough food for their own people. They are not going to be able to have another conflict. They're not going to be able to go to war within America. But the Cold War rhetoric from the baby boomers, it makes you think that we have to fear Putin. No, the people in the immediate radius to Putin, because after this conflict, they are going to need food. So yes, France, in the EU, in NATO, they're going to have some talks with Russia. They're going to have to work that shit out because they're going to have to share resources. But that shit ain't got shit to do with America. And we don't want to spend no more motherfucking money in the Ukraine protecting Macron. Fuck Macron. Fuck Macron. Fuck Macron. Fuck France. We're not spending no more money in NATO because you have this issue. I just wanted everybody to know that Americans understand your issue, Macron, France. We understand your issue. We understand your issue, right? We just can't focus on it. We just can't focus. We're focused on America first. We're focused on America first. Let's get into this shit, man. Let's get into this shit, man. Where we going first, man? Ilhan Omar. Let's go to Ilhan Omar, man. Let's go to Ilhan Omar, man. She don't never let us down, man. Let's go to Ilhan Omar, man. She don't never let us down, man. We gonna get into this shit, man. Thank y'all for hanging out with me, man. Fire podcast, man, every day. We just hit 11,000 subscribers. Double tap, hit the like button. Thank you, everybody. I mean, we hit 10,000. I didn't really say nothing when we hit 10,000, but then right now we hit 11,000 yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I need to get the likes up right now. Double tap at the like button. We don't have enough likes, man. Get the likes up, man. Let me get a sip of water, man. We don't have to rush, man. We don't have to rush. Take your time, rush the rush. I said, baby, I'm a dog, I'm a mud. I'm a dog, I'm a mud. Double tap at the like button, everybody. Purpose of a podcast, back with the blast, man. In and out with a dash, man. We having a good time today, man. Let's get it going, man. What's today? Thursdays is hot like fire. Yeah, man. Let's get it going, man. Got my goal up there, man. Thank you to everybody here. Thank you to everybody subscribe. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button, man. We about to get into Ilhan Omar. We about to get into Ilhan Omar, and just get into the podcast and have a good time, man. I'm gonna do a call in, man. I'm gonna do a call in. But do you have a question, Tyson? I am gonna do a call in. I want to do a call in. But do you have a question? And I could bring people up on the panel if anybody wants to challenge me or have a debate. But do you have a question? Is anybody? I see somebody. There's a Batman. Batman said, "I pay the tariff." Obviously, you've been watching too much liberal media. I don't pay the tariff, dum dum. I don't pay the tariff, dum dum. Just like I won't go to Cracker Barrel if Cracker Barrel don't have the cracker next to the barrel. You know what I'm saying? I don't pay the tariff, dum dum. Just like we stopped going to Target when Target went woke, they went broke, dum dum. That's what happened. Just like we stopped drinking Budweiser when Budweiser put a transgender on the can. You understand? I don't pay the tariffs, dum dum. Gas is down, eggs is down. The tariffs is paid in trade by the company. It's duties. It's duties incurred by the company. And what I said to my chat is that you vote with your dollar. And I said the MAGA dollar is strong. We caused Target to lose 100 million. We caused Budweiser to lose 100 million and change the transgender off of the can. We made Cracker Barrel put the cracker back next to the barrel. And I told my audience, if somebody that you spend your money with attempts to pass on their tariffs to you, you shop somewhere else. You shop somewhere else because you vote with your dollar. And you remember when Jeff Bezos and Amazon tried to put that tariff shit, everybody stopped shopping at Amazon. And what Jeff Bezos do? He took down that motherfucking tariff shit because he understood he was not going to be able to pass on his motherfucking duty tax to his motherfucking customers as a motherfucking mega billionaire. As a mega billionaire. They absorbed the tariff, motherfucker. I did my research and I educated my people, my audience, to not be sheep like you. We ain't sheeple, motherfucker. We ain't sheeple. Try to pass on a tariff to a conservative. Try to pass on a tariff to a MAGA Republican. You will go out of motherfucking business because we understand economics a little bit more than you Democratic dum-dums. We know what the fuck a tariff is. We know how every other country uses tariffs in trade to protect their citizens. You can't sell shit in China before Trump. American companies couldn't sell shit in Japan before Trump. It's not just about the tariffs, dum-dum. See, you Democrats hate, this is what TDS really is. This epitomizes what we talk about. You hate so much, you lack intelligence and under motherfucking standing. All I really want is understanding, you stupid ass bitch. Double tap at the like button. Before Trump, see, these tariffs that he threatened countries with, he didn't just threaten them with tariffs. He threatened them with tariffs that they would change markets. And what it does is it increase GDP. And you don't even understand the motherfucking economics of how that works, you stupid fucker. How do you see? We couldn't sell in China. China protected their market because they knew American goods were better. We couldn't sell in Japan. We couldn't sell in India. We couldn't sell in Europe. That's why when you go on vacation, you don't see none of the badass shit that we got here because they only got that bullshit there. Nasty ass orange soda. Where is the real Crush? Where is the Fanta? Where is the motherfucking Minute Man? Where is the real orange soda? Huh? Where is the real shit? No, we can't sell it here. We can't sell none of that shit here. So when Trump threatened the high tariffs, he also made sure that American companies could now sell their goods for lower tariffs. Because what kept American goods out of China? Listen, you stupid motherfuckers. What kept American goods out of China? What kept American goods out of Japan? What kept American goods out of India was high tariffs. American companies could not afford to do business in China, right? American companies couldn't afford to do business in China. I had told a story about India charging Harley Davidson a 200% tariff, making sure Harley Davidson would never sell motorcycles in India, despite India being one of the largest and fastest growing populations, billions of people in Mumbai alone. It's so many people that they can't have streets the same size as America. They have to have trikes and motorcycles. It's a motorcycle economy because so many people and the streets are so small. Harley Davidson knew they had to sell motorcycles there, but they couldn't because the tariffs were too high. The Indian government put high tariffs on American companies to protect Indian companies, to protect Indian wages. They didn't give a fuck about your sensibilities. Oh, you pay the tariff. You pay India. Don't put tariffs on Harley Davidson. Don't put tariffs on Harley Davidson. We want a Harley. No, Indians understood. Indians understood that if our government doesn't protect our factories, if our government doesn't protect our wages, the same thing that happened to American factories will happen in India. The same thing that happened to American wages will happen in India. So Harley Davidson, 200% tariff. You can't bring your motorcycle. So you guess what Harley Davidson had to do? Because they have to be in the market in order to stay in business. Harley Davidson built a factory. What is Toyota doing across 5 states? What is Toyota doing across 5 states? Toyota is building brand new factories. Harley Davidson had to build a brand new factory in India to get around the 200% tariffs. Because when they built the factory there, you can't charge me an import duty tax. You stupids. If it's my tax, if tariffs are a tax on me, then how do companies get around tariffs by building plants in the country that they want to sell in? It's because it's not a tax on me, dum-dum. It's not a tax on me, dum-dum. It's a duty tax when you import into our country or into another person's country. And to keep you from importing lower, cheaper goods that would put them out of business, they created a tool. It's actually a tool, but idiots don't get it. It's actually a tool, but idiots don't get it. They created a tool called tariffs. So Harley Davidson wouldn't ravish the Indian motorcycle market, and no other company in India would be able to sell bikes, but an American company, and then next thing you know, India is slaves to America. No, we put a fucking tariff on Harley Davidson, and we made Harley Davidson build a company in India and give out 50 to 200 jobs to Indian people. So now it increased our GDP. Just like what's happening for us. We increased their GDP, their output, because we built the factory there and added to their wealth. And added to their wealth. That's how it works. That's how it works. No rebuttal. And what do they say to that, you guys? That's what they say. Whenever I break the story down, that's what they say. It's always crickets. It's always crickets. I give them an opportunity. I give them an opportunity to tell me why tariffs are a tax on me. And when I educate them and tell them it's actually an import duty tax on the—
Let's listen to some of what—
It's actually an import duty tax on the corporation. And then I explain how and why you no longer have to pay the tariff if you build in that country. So if it's a tax on me, how is Toyota getting around the tariff by building new plants in America? How did India get around the tariff? Because the tariff was on Harley Davidson. It was a duty put on their imports. They would not have to pay it if they don't import into India. Do you guys understand? I think some of you are just now really learning what a tariff is. I think some of you you've listened so much to Rachel Maddow and the Democrats that you just said, oh yeah, it's a tariff. No, what the Democrats want to do is propaganda. They want you to believe that, oh, no, what we say is they will pass on the cost of the duty tax to you. That's what the Democrats are trying to educate you. No. No. They want to pass on. That's what they want to teach, but they don't say that. They just say, they simplify it by saying tariffs are a tax, right? And then they come and they say stupid shit. They don't get it. It's not a tax on you. The company pays this duty when they import goods. And what the Democrats are trying to say, but they're so stupid they can't even articulate it, is the corporations may try to pass on the cost to the consumer, which they cannot do if you do not allow them. You understand? You understand? They think when they say tariffs are a tax, some people, because look, kids are leaving school. When they say tariffs are a tax, I think some people think literally there's a tariff tax. Jeff Bezos tried to actually do that on Amazon. I think people don't understand it's a duty. It's a duty put on imports. If you don't import, you don't have to pay it, Bezos. Hey, $1 billion Bezos, tell the American people if you don't import, you don't have to pay the duty. Bezos, tell the American people if you built a plant in America and made that cheap shit on Amazon in America, you wouldn't have to pay the fucking duty. You wouldn't have to pay the fucking duty. This is what they don't get. If Jeff Bezos did not import all that shit from China, he wouldn't have to pay the duty. He wouldn't have to pay it. If Jeff Bezos built this shit in America instead of making China rich and gave out jobs to Americans, and Jeff Bezos said, you know what, I got $1 billion. I want to continue Amazon. I want to continue these goods. The Chinese economy is going down. I'm going to build a factory in America. When the last time one of these carpetbaggers actually built a factory? Elon Musk builds factories. Elon Musk gives jobs. When did Jeff Bezos, he got these distribution centers where he works our kids like slaves, and then he's replacing our kids with robots. But those are not factories where they build goods. Those are our kids, our 20-year-old kids running around in football fields without air conditioners, right? Those are our 20-year-old kids running around in football fields without air conditioners. But they're not building a skill set, and they could be replaced by a fucking robot. And they could be replaced by a fucking robot. Why isn't Jeff Bezos made to build a factory in America and you won't have to pay any tariffs, any duty tax, because you'll be building the cheap little headphones, the cheap little doodads and zuzus and wham-whams? You'll build them here. There will be no tariff. Why don't you tell the American people that? Explain to them what a tariff is and when you get assessed that cost. You only get assessed that cost when you import and export. How come people don't fucking know this, bro? Y'all think it's a fucking tax. They think it's a fucking tax. What? Purpose of the podcast. What? Giving up that information, man. What? Ilhan Omar, man. Let's get into it, man. Ilhan Omar, let's get into it, man. She has every reason to be thankful. Is she not even almost? Instead, she spends her time bashing the very country that saved her and her family. March 17th, temporary protection for the Somalian community expires. It's absolutely disgusting. And whoever voted for her should kick her ass to the curb. Let's go. Kick her ass to the curb. If this is such a horrible country, wonder why she doesn't return to Somalia. Excellent question. Excellent question. That is an excellent question by our brother from another mother, Dr. Phil. How you feel, Dr. Phil? Let's go, party people. Double tap, hit the like button. We got to get them likes up, man. We got to get them likes up, man. Everybody coming in, man, hit the like button, man. We got to get them likes up, man. Let's go. Get the algorithm going. We talking about Ilhan Omar, poor performance, just disrespectful performance at the State of the Union. And this is Dr. Phil on Ilhan Omar. I don't think she wins another election. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar could win another election. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar wins another election. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go.
She said. have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries where the military are in our streets without any regard for people's constitutional rights.
Wait. Stop here. You can't make this up. Who are we talking about here? Omar fled Somalia, a failed state, a country ravaged by civil war, corruption, and poverty, and she spent years in a Kenyan refugee camp. I hate that for her. I really do. She resettled in the U.S. as a refugee. So happy for her. She was given housing, afforded education, opportunity, freedom. She became a citizen in 2000 at 17. Again, so happy for her. Thank God she escaped that terrible life. And she was elected to Congress, one of the first Muslim women in the House. The American dream. She has every reason to be thankful. Is she? Not even almost. Instead, she spends her time bashing the very country that saved her and her family. Here's more of what I consider garbage.
I mean, I grew up in a dictatorship. And I don't even remember ever witnessing anything like that. To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries.
How about just thank you? Thank you for giving me a soft place to land. Thank you for giving me a track to run on. Thank you for giving me somewhere to be and thrive and grow. And here's the thing. She has the right to say what she's saying. Culturally, psychologically, I think it's disgusting. But does she have the right to say it? Yeah, she does. Just like I have the right to say it's absolutely disgusting. And whoever voted for her now knows who they voted for and should kick her ass to the curb. Most shocking, instead of gratitude for America, she has the unmitigated gall to just spew nothing but unwavering disdain. And this isn't new. In 2019, she said,
"This is not going to be the country of white people."
In 2020, she said, "We must dismantle the host."
She married to a white man. She married to a white man. Omar, you ain't doing a good job of helping. Listen to that again. Oh, shit. Don't take the like button. Number one podcast. Oh shit. Yeah, you ain't doing no good. You ain't helping. You ain't helping with marrying that one.
For her, now knows who they voted for and should kick her ass to the curb. Most shocking, instead of gratitude for America, she has the unmitigated gall to just spew nothing but unwavering disdain. And this isn't new. In 2019, she said,
"This is not going to be the country of white people."
It's not. And then she turned around and married a white man. Did I do it to her? I didn't do that. Then she turned around and married a white man. This is how the Democrats play in your face. You should not believe. They just make up shit as they go. She's not a black woman. She's standing in front of a podium saying black woman. She's saying that white man this is that. Then she turned around and married a white man. The white man make her $30 million richer. She should be thanking white men. Thank you, white man. Thank you. Oh, my God. Oh, shit. Whoa, don't tap it the light, but Ilhan Omar, put a one in the chat. Does she win another election? Should she be thankful? Should the Somalian community be thankful for the temporary protection that will expire on March 17th? Let's go into why Trump has rescinded that temporary protection, why Minnesota now has frozen their Medicaid, or federal government has frozen her Medicaid. Yeah, she married her brother too, Sahil. She married Sahil. I showed the marriage certificate yesterday. I can't make this up. She married her brother. She been married 3-4 times. She been married. Now, think about this. She's a Muslim and a Somalian. They don't get married 3 or 4 times, and they don't marry out of their culture or out of their religion. Now she's married to a white non-Muslim. Everybody just listen. You can't make this up. Now she's married to a white non-Muslim while preaching to everyone how much she hates white people.
Just thank you. Thank you for giving me a soft place to land. Thank you for giving me a track to run on. Thank you for giving me somewhere to be and thrive and grow. And here's the thing. She has the right to say what she's saying. Culturally, psychologically, I think it's disgusting. But does she have the right to say it? Yeah, she does. Just like I have the right to say it's absolutely disgusting. And whoever voted for her now knows who they voted for and should kick her ass to the curb. Most shocking, instead of gratitude for America, she has the unmitigated gall to just spew nothing but unwavering disdain. And this isn't new. In 2019, she said,
"This is not going to be the country of white people."
In 2020, she said, "We must dismantle the whole system of oppression." So oppressive that she came here as a refugee, got all of these entitlements, and was elected to Congress. In June 2021, she compared the U.S. and Israel to Hamas and the Taliban, saying, "We have seen unthinkable atrocities committed by the U.S., Hamas, Israel, Afghanistan, and the Taliban." Really, she puts the U.S. on that list. That's crazy talk. She said lawmakers support Israel because it's all about the Benjamins, baby. When talking about 9/11, she said,
CARE was founded after 9/11 because they recognized that some people did something.
Really? Some people did something. Way to stand up for your country. She accused U.S. foreign policy of being rooted in colonialism and oppression. If this is such a horrible country, wonder why she doesn't return to Somalia. Well, maybe because Somalia isn't the most corrupt country in the world. It's the second most corrupt country in the world. It's 179th out of 180. Somalia hasn't had a stable central government for decades. 99.2% of Somalian women aged 15 to 49 have been subjected to female genital mutilation. In Somalia, child soldiers are recruited by warlords who employ tactics like abduction, threats, and forced indoctrination to recruit those children. Famine, tribal violence. The life expectancy there is 30 years short of the rest of the world. Adult literacy is less than 40%. Religious minorities, they're persecuted. LGBTQ, killed. But in America, she rose from refugee to congresswoman. She has freedom of religion, freedom of speech, security, yet somehow we are oppressors? Get real, lady. What are you thinking?
I love the way Dr. Phil Loud made that argument, man. We're going to watch that again and break it down. I wanted to watch it all the way through, and then now we're going to watch it together, and then we're going to break it down. All of the good messages that he had in there about all the different things she should be thankful for. Let's run it back, man. All the different things she should be thankful for, but not just her. Everybody in the Somalian community, which is why that temporary protection. Now add to this. Now think about everything. Somebody in my chat said, being able to go to school. The Somalians made all those videos about we go to college and we become doctors. Somebody in my chat said, well, you wouldn't be able to go to school if you were still in Africa, right? Because they don't let the Muslim women do that. Excellent point. Excellent point, right? But on top of that, keep in mind that not only all of the things Dr. Phil listed, right, but they also were 80% on welfare, right? They're also, so all the things you were able to go to school, you were able to avoid famine, starvation, oppression, not only for being Somalian, but oppression for being a woman, You avoided all those things, came to the land of milk and honey, had opportunity, got married 3 to 4 times, finally got a white man. You probably always dreamed of marrying a white man, got your money, became a congressperson, and all you do with your power and wealth, you call my president a murderer. You call my president a criminal. You say America is the mafia and all the stupid shit that the trolls say in the chat, even though you weren't born here and your grandfather didn't shed blood in World War II. Maybe you should go back to Somalia. Trump said in the Truth Social, you know, the other day, some people might say we being mean, right? But Trump said in his Truth Social, when he talking about Omar, he said she needs to get back on the boat and get the fuck out of here. And I was so proud of my president. Double tap at the like button. Donald Trump said she need to get on the boat and Robert De Niro need to go with her. and then we showed Robert De Niro crying. Robert De Niro doing fake tears like he going for the Oscar. You know what I'm saying? And oh man, what is it? She not talking about Somalia, talking about the United States. She states, quit you deflecting. Am I deflecting? How am I deflecting? So double tap at the like button. That I love how Trump did that. Trump, that was a masterclass. So much. We're gonna keep going over that POTUS, man. That State of the Union. So let's break this down together.
Let's listen to some of what she said.
To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries where the military are in our streets without any regard for people's constitutional rights.
So turning to my, so she said, and I don't know why she's rolling her R's like she's Latino or some shit. I didn't know African Muslims rolled their R's like that. What is all that shit, bitch? Like you trying to start up an engine. What is that? But basically, she said our country is shit because we have ICE in Minnesota. Ilhan Omar is saying our country is shit because we have ICE in Minnesota without any context to the fact that why ICE is in Minnesota and why there's conflict in Minnesota. Number one, Omar, ICE is in Minnesota because you and your cousin stole $19 billion. Number two, ICE is having conflict in Minnesota because you, Jacob Fry, and Tim Walz signed legislation saying that you would not work with the federal government. That created the pushback. Hold on, I got something to support that. That's why we have violence in Minnesota. And how many times did I say that, y'all? I said we had 600,000 people deported by ICE in 2025. Up to 2 million people deported in 2025, over 1 million people self-deported. How many people know about the CBP and the $3,000 that Trump was giving to get people deported? So 2 million people got deported in 2025 without any violence. How does that happen? Well, we go state to state, right? We go state to state and we say to the state, I need you to give me access to your jails. I need you to give me access to your welfare rolls. Give me access to your Medicaid. And then I am going to get everybody who is in jail, who is not a citizen. I'm going to take everybody who's on welfare, who's not a citizen, because it's illegal for them to be on welfare if they're not a citizen. I'm going to get everybody who's on Medicaid, who's not a citizen, and I'm going to round them up. If you give me this list, I will have their addresses. We could do so very quickly, like we did in New Orleans, like we did in North Carolina, in Chattahoochee Crunch, like we did in every state that we went to in 2025. Minnesota was the state that said no. Minnesota signed legislation that said, no, we will not work with you. The prison said, and this is why the government, the DHS is shut down right now. We have a government shutdown right now. How many people know we have a government shutdown right now? TSA agents not even calling in. Not only do we have a war going on in Mexico, and people, I just told, last night my wife watched my show. We had a great show, very popular show. My wife got a phone call from a friend after she also watched my show, and they said that I said, be careful about traveling to Mexico. Mexico has been shut down. Well, my wife said to me last night, hey, you know what? One of my friends is stuck in Mexico. She can't come home right now. And this is not conjecture. One of my wife's friends is stuck in Mexico right now. Based on the content that I gave, they found out. So it's like, Y'all got to listen to this channel and pay attention to this real information. When we talk about why there were violence in Minnesota, there was violence in Minnesota because they refused to work with ICE. Now in Virginia, we have a brand new governor. The brand new governor in Virginia gave the rebuttal to Donald Trump. The brand new governor in Virginia gave the rebuttal to the State of the Union. Spamberger, the person that Obama supported. Obama supported Spamberger to the point where he supported her over a black Republican women. But Obama told black men, we got to vote for Kamala because she black, but he didn't support the black woman because she was Republican. Instead, Barack Obama supported the white lady who now is charging a dog tax, who just signed a brand new legislation that says she's not going to have her local municipalities work with ICE. The same thing that led to violence in Minnesota. Now listen to this, because I'm gonna jump back to Ilhan Omar. We're gonna jump back to Ilhan Omar talking about America is worse than Somalia because we have ICE in Minnesota, leaving out the context that ICE had to do those type of raids because you refused to work with them and you had $19 billion of Somalian fraud from your cousin. Now, listen to this. From Virginia, brand new Virginia mayor supported by Barack Obama, the black king of Wakanda, your mama. Holy crap. Maryland Sheriff Michael Lewis of Wicomo County erupts on state Democrats trying to ban police from working with ICE. This is why you have violence in Minnesota. But here it is. It's not going to happen in Virginia, I guess, because we have some Republicans who are just some. It's not, everything is not partisan. Can these men just be Americans? Can they just be Americans that want to stand up for the Constitution? Maybe this isn't having anything to do with Democrat and Republican, and they are telling Democrats, stop making everything partisan, because in Minnesota, you work with Tom Homan under Barack Obama. Barack Obama and Clinton deported more people. Hillary Clinton just said that in Munich. But when Trump became president, you kicked Tom Homan out of Minnesota and we got the violence. Now you're trying to do the same thing in Virginia with a brand new Democratic governor supported by Barack Obama, but you have pushback now in Virginia. Let's give a big hand clap to the law enforcement in Virginia. It says he is surrounded by fellow Maryland sheriffs. We, as elected sheriffs, are fed up with it. You don't see this many sheriffs in one location in the state at any given time. This is nothing more than politics over public safety. Thank you. They don't want the violence in Virginia for Democrats playing politics. In Illinois, they were playing politics. Karen Bass was playing politics in Los Angeles. They were playing politics, Jacob Fry and Tim Walz, and it led to violence and corruption and fraud. But we have to come together in unison to stop ridiculousness that's going on here in Annapolis. Yes, the Democrats, he's referring to Democratic policy as ridiculousness. Maryland and lawmakers need to wake up and realize Marylanders and the American people want public safety over politics. This is a sheriff in Maryland and Virginia, where the brand new Democratic mayor signed the same legislation that Tim Walz signed in Minnesota that led to the violence, that said we will not work with the federal government. We will not support the federal government ICE effort.
This is nothing more than politics over public safety. And we as elected sheriffs are fed up with it. You don't see this many sheriffs in one location in the state at any given time. But we have to come together in unison to stop the ridiculousness that's going on up here in Annapolis, Maryland. And lawmakers need to wake up and realize Marylanders and the American people want public safety over politics, and they're not getting it. This is nothing more.
That's a fact. That's what's going on with this ICE immigration. I just want to give you context. Y'all know I come with the receipts. Y'all know I come with the receipts. Y'all know I come. I said we have violence in Minnesota because Minnesota governors, Democratic sanctuary city policy said and signed legislation forcing local municipality sheriffs and police not to work with federal ICE agents. Here it is. All of the sheriffs in Maryland and Virginia are saying, I'm not going to follow that order that they just signed in Virginia. The Virginia governor the Virginia governor, supported by Barack Obama, Spanberger, so she got a brand new dog tax. The first thing she did with his executive order is to say that we will do this, right? We will not work with the federal ICE agents, and she put out a brand new taxes, about 20 brand new taxes, raising your cost to live, just like Mondani. Democrats doing this across the board, raising taxes, raising cost to live, and now she's trying to make it unsafe for you by saying, number one, we don't want to work with ICE, but unsafe by saying you don't want to allow ICE to do what ICE does, which is get out the criminals. By going to him, by going to law enforcement and saying, give me everybody you have arrested, that is a criminal. Let me read it again. Holy crap, Maryland Sheriff Michael Lewis of Wicomo County erupts on state Democrats trying to ban police from working with ICE. This is his response to state Democrats trying to ban police from working with ICE in Virginia. He understands that's what led to the violence in Minnesota.
This is nothing more than politics over public safety.
Politics over public safety. Everything is not partisan. Everything is not partisan. He doesn't have to be Republican to have this view. And you shouldn't have to be Democrat or Republican to understand you're getting fucking played. They are playing you. They are playing you. They are playing you. They wanted the violence. They wanted the protests. Those protests were actually rallies. They were recruiting people for the socialist left. Now you hear them admitting that the left has been taken over by socialists.
This is nothing more than politics over public safety. And we as elected sheriffs are fed up with it. You don't see this many sheriffs in one location in the state at any given time. But we have to come together in unison to stop the ridiculousness that's going on up here in Annapolis, Maryland. And lawmakers need to wake up and realize Marylanders and the American people want public safety over politics, and they're not getting it.
That's a fact. That's a fact. This is not partisan. Everything is not partisan, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the sheriff. Put a 1 in the chat. And do you believe the Democrats are making this issue partisan? And when is it do you believe it's okay to tell sheriffs and police not to work with their brothers in arms to do their job when they've always done so in history? You know how upset I was to find out that Tom Homan had worked previously with the Minnesota leadership and the Minnesota government without issue and no violence. Tom Homan has worked for 6 presidents going back to Reagan. Tom Homan got a presidential award. Y'all remember the other night, President Trump gave out a presidential award. He said, this is a great award. It goes out to great men. Well, Tom Homan got a presidential award for Barack Obama. Tom Homan got a presidential award from Barack Obama for being such a great person in deporting people. Barack Obama deported more people than Trump. He deported so much people, he gave Tom Homan a presidential medal. Did you guys know that? Tom Homan worked closely with Minnesota, getting out immigrants under Clinton, under Obama. They did great work. When Trump became president, Minnesota said no.
This is nothing more than politics over public safety. And we as elected sheriffs are fed up with it. You don't see this many sheriffs in one location in the state at any given time. But we have to come together in unison to stop the ridiculousness that's going on up here in Annapolis, Maryland. And lawmakers need to wake up and realize Marylanders and the American people want public safety over politics, and they're not getting it.
Real fact, what you want? You want public safety or you want politics? Every day in my chat, I have to wonder. Every day I sit back with my team and we discuss the topics of the day, and I wonder, what do the American people really, really want? Today, I read to you excerpts from Kamala Harris's book, 107 Days, where she admitted that the Democrats were hypnotized. I know that's true because I deal with the hypnotism every day. I deal with the delusion every day. It's my job to deal with the delusional, hypnotized Democrats. That's my job. Every day I deal with them. I do my best to create an educated electorate. Kamala Harris herself has said the Democrats are hypnotized. We see it in our chat. MAGA knows the climate. When Kamala Harris in her book had to speak to why Joe Biden ran again, when everyone knew he was not mentally able to run again, Kamala Harris said the Democrats were hypnotized. I was hypnotized in the Democratic Party, and they allowed Joe and Jill to make the decision, and it was not a strategical decision, and we lost. We lost because we're hypnotized. We're delusional. We're deranged. MAGA calls it TDS. We call it Trump derangement syndrome. And we know you're hypnotized. And I believe you know, I believe you drank the Kool-Aid purposely. I believe you drink the Kool-Aid purposely. I believe Kamala probably finally figured out what's wrong with the Democratic Party. That the Democratic Party wants to be asleep. It's not that they're being rocked to sleep. It's that the Democratic Party is taking, what is that stuff that the baby mamas give the kids? What's the stuff the baby mama give the kids? You know, melatonin. It's the Democratic Party is not being rocked to sleep. It's that they all taking shots of melatonin. They are putting themselves to sleep. Kamala Harris, you would think after Kamala Harris, your black Wakanda queen, tells you that the Democrats were hypnotized, that you would do something about that problem and fix it. Instead, TDS goes fucking wild. Instead, TDS, how can you win? How can you win if you stay hypnotized, if you stay delusional? Do you see why we're so happy? That State of the Union was so great. You see why we're so happy? We're doing so well. We're doing so well. I mean, we are doing so well. I mean, come on, man. What could I have told you, man? Kamala Harris herself speaks to the hypnotism, to the delusion. And she says, as long as it exists, you won't be able to win. Hillary Clinton, brother, Hillary Clinton, like, you know why I'm laughing? Because it's true. Hillary Clinton in Munich. Hillary Clinton and the Clintons are testifying. We're going to talk about it next week. Hillary Clinton and the Clintons are testifying right now. Hillary Clinton said, the Democrats have a problem. If the Democrats cannot stop focusing on Trump and focus on a message to the people that's from the Democrats, they don't have. This is Hillary Clinton in Munich. This is right now, last week, your Democratic leader, she admits the Democrats have a fucking problem, bro. They are too caught up in Trump. This plays into our hands. Trump keeps winning because you keep kissing our ass. You are so up our ass that we are playing you like puppet strings. Because you are so up our ass. You don't take time to address your constituency and build up something for yourself. Hillary Clinton is saying it. Hillary Clinton admits this shit is going left. I love it. That's so good. We're doing so good. Double tap if you love me. I love you. Double tap, man. We really are. We really are, bro. We really are. And it's them doing it. It's not us doing it. They are hyper focused on us. They have a job. They have people they work for. They have been elected. AOC has constituents. She's been elected to do a specific job for a specific set of people. Jasmine Crockett represents the 33rd District of South Dallas. They have jobs, ladies and gentlemen. They have jobs. They have a mission. They just don't do it. They just don't do it. They spend all their time focused on us. And it gives us a huge advantage. It gives us a huge advantage. So we show Maryland sheriff saying to the brand new Virginia governor, I'm not going to work with you. We're not going to work. And the Maryland sheriff said, I am pushing back on the Democratic partisan orders saying that local municipalities and peace officers won't work with the federal government. We will work with the federal government because we want public safety over politics. Ilhan Omar believes America is the worst country in the world because ICE is in her neighborhood because her and her cousin stole $19 billion.
To have a democracy, a beacon of hope.
What the fuck is she talking about, y'all? Your ass is not Mexican.
Let's listen to some of what she said.
To have a democracy, a
what the hell, Omar?
Let's listen to some of what she said.
To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries where the military are in our streets without any regard for people's constitutional rights.
Wait. Stop here. You can't make this up. Who are we talking about here? Omar fled Somalia, a failed state, a country ravaged by civil war, corruption, and poverty. And she spent years in a Kenyan refugee camp.
So we're worse than that. This is the example. She's saying because ICE is in Minnesota arresting Somalians for $19 billion of fraud for fucking lying about autism. They lie about children having autism. They lie about children being in school to make more money. They lie about children eating meals and never feed the children, right? And when we come to get back the money or to address the lies and the corruption, her response is, this is the worst country in the world. Worse than this shit. Look at this shit. Our country is worse than this. Where is it? Our country is worse than this shit. And then you have to go live in a refugee camp. No telling what happened to you over there. And simply because we are arresting $19 billion fraudsters who lied about meals, who lied about autistic children. This is the worst country in the world. How do you fix your mouth? That's what my mama used to say. How do you fix your mouth to say this is the worst country in the world? How do you fix your mouth to say this is the worst country in the world? That's the sick part of this whole thing.
Corruption and poverty. And she spent years in a Kenyan refugee camp. I hate that for her. I really do. She resettled in the U.S. as a refugee. So happy for her. She was given housing, afforded education, opportunity, freedom. She became a citizen in 2000 at 17. Again, so happy for her. Thank God she escaped that terrible life. And she was elected to Congress, one of the first Muslim women in the House. The American dream. She has every reason to be thankful. Is she? Not even almost.
Shouldn't she be thankful after being in a Kenyan refugee camp, leaving a dying country? Shouldn't all of the Somalians be thankful? Not just her. They had temporary protection. It expires on March 17. 80% on welfare. Not just her. Instead of being thankful, they frauded us. They lied about children. They lied about feeding children. They lied about autistic children. They all should have been thankful. That's why Trump said Somalian pirates. Give it up for Trump, man. Somalian pirates. Somalian pirates. Trump said Ilhan Omar and Robert De Niro cry baby ass. Need to get on a motherfucking boat and go back to Somalia. Go back to Somalia. I love my president. I love my president. I love my president. I love my president. Did you read the Truth Social? Did you read the Truth Social? It's just priceless. I'm like, he must have a comedic writer writing these Trump Truth Social on Omar and De Niro. Trump Truth Social on Omar and De Niro. Robert De Niro should get on the boat. Robert De Niro should get on the boat. Trump Truth Social on De Niro, huh? I want to go to it. Because this was the greatest Truth Social I ever seen. This was the greatest Truth Social it's not the greatest. It was a good one though. It was a good one though. He got a lot of good ones though. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see if I can bring it up for the people. Let me see. Man, they try to get your money, man. Get your money, man. I ain't mad at you getting your money. Man. Instagram. Let me see. Let's see if we can visit Instagram. Instagram. Show these motherfuckers who the hell I am. Instagram. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all want to read it with me? Because this shit was hilarious. Donald Trump. I mean, y'all gonna tell me right now, is this comedic writing or what, man? Because this shit was hilarious. It's so funny, man. We got to bring it back up. I want to read it to y'all. Ilhan Omar talking about, no, Donald Trump going in on Ilhan Omar. Donald Trump going in on Ilhan Omar. Let's read it together, y'all. Let's read it together. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Let's go read it together. When you watch low IQ Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib as they screamed uncontrollable last night at the very elegant State of the Union, such an important and beautiful event. They had bulging, bloodshot eyes of crazy people, lunatics, mentally deranged and sick. Frankly, they look like they should be institutionalized. This is Donald Trump, Truth Social, going in, roasted Ilhan Omar. They look like they should be institutionalized. When people can behave like that, knowing they are crooked and corrupt. That's what I'm saying, Trump. That's what we said. When you could behave like that, knowing that you are crooked and corrupt politicians, so bad for our country, we should send them back where they came from. Put a one in the chat. Should we send Omar back? Put a one in the chat if you want to send Omar back. Put a one in the chat if we should send Omar back. And while you're doing it, double tap, hit the like button, man. #1 podcast on YouTube, baby. Should we send her back? Put a one in the chat if you want to send Omar back. Put a one in the chat. Should we send her back? I love Trump, man, because I wouldn't be able to talk like this if he didn't write this in the Truth Social. I'm just reacting. I'm reacting to Trump's words. It's different. These are not my words, right? This is me reacting to the words of the greatest president to ever did live. He said that she's a lunatic, mentally deranged, and that she should be sent back to where she came from. I want a one in the chat. The chat should be going crazy with ones, going crazy. When people can behave like that and knowing that they are crooked and corrupt politicians, so bad for our country, we should send them back from where they came as fast as possible. They can only damage the United States of America. They can do nothing to help it. They should actually get on the boat with Trump deranged Robert De Niro. They should actually get on a boat with Trump deranged Robert De Niro, another sick and demented person with, I believe, an extremely low IQ who has absolutely no idea what he is doing or saying, some of which is seriously criminal. When I watched him break down in tears, boo-hoo, giving Democrats the boo boo-hoo blues. Last night, much like a child would do, I realized that he may not even be sicker than crazy O'Donnell, who is right now in Ireland stuck trying to figure out how to get back into our beautiful United States. The only difference between De Niro and Rosie is that she's probably somewhat smarter than him, which is not saying much. The good news is that America is now bigger, better, and richer, and stronger than ever before. And it's driving them absolutely crazy. Donald J. Trump, everybody. Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump, everybody. Donald J. Trump, man. I just had to read that, man. Donald J. Trump roasting Ilhan Omar. Man. We ain't leaving. Here it is. What does it say? God dog it, Ilhan Omar fraud operation in Minnesota. Not only did Amy Bach, the woman behind the $9 billion Minnesota Somali fraud operation, along with whistleblowers, confirm that Tim Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison, knew about the fraud. But Ellison not only met with Somali fraudsters who were under FBI investigation, he invited them to his office for a 54-minute meeting and took $10,000 bribe 9 days later. You took $10,000 from them 9 days after the meeting? You helped fraudsters defraud the state of $9 billion? And you got a fat campaign contribution out of it. You ought to be indicted. Put a word in the chat if Keith Ellison should be indicted. Put a word in the chat if Keith Ellison, Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, Omar should be indicted. They begged you to help them and you agreed to it. You said, send me the names of the folks investigating them. You said it. Keith. Double tap.
Also in Minnesota, the convicted ringleader of one of the state's biggest fraud schemes is...
Double tap. Hit the like button. Keith Ellison. Let's get into it. Should he go to jail? Should he be prosecuted?
That the scam was no alert. Also in Minnesota, the convicted ringleader of one of the state's biggest fraud schemes is speaking to Fox News from behind bars. Now, she believes that the scam was no surprise to local Democratic leaders, and she's naming names. She spoke to Alexis McAdams. Hi, Alexis.
Hey, Dana. Yeah, so everywhere you look in the state of Minnesota, right, there seems to be another fraud scam. So this one involves Amy Bach. She's a Minnesota woman convicted of fraud for taking taxpayer money that was meant to feed hungry kids. But listen to this. Bach tells me the real issue here is the state of Minnesota, which she says kept giving scammers your taxpayer money even after they were flagged as fraudsters.
I have to believe that the governor's office and Keith Ellison's office were aware of this. They've said they were involved in helping the FBI. They've said they were made aware, but apparently I'm scary, so they couldn't do anything.
So Bach ran this nonprofit called Feeding Our Future. You might have heard of it. It was one of dozens convicted in this $250 million scam. You can see her mugshot there. Prosecutors say this group set up sham restaurants. They pretended they were making these meals. They got paid by the state for those meals, but they just pocketed the cash. Bach, who's looking at 30 years behind bars, tells me the state signed off on those businesses, not her.
It all went through a process. They were all approved. They were all paid by the state, yet all the fingers are being pointed at me.
And it's not just Bach. Whistleblowers told a congressional committee Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison there ignored warnings for years as millions of dollars and millions were stolen on their watch. Congress is investigating a long list of massive fraud schemes in the state. It's hard to keep up. Prosecutors say it's led to at least $9 billion in fraud, Dana, and counting. Congress also asking why the Attorney General there would meet with a group of Somali fraudsters, which were under FBI investigation in 2021. The group can be heard in an audio clip given to us by Bach's lawyer offering to donate to his campaign if he can help them get their funding flowing again. Ellison denies any wrongdoing here. He slammed Bach in a statement to Fox, calling her a liar, a manipulator, adding now she's on a media tour to deflect her guilt onto others instead of finally taking responsibility for this fraud scheme that she ran. So we reached out to Governor Walz too, Dana. He didn't get back to us. House Republicans say it's just getting started. They want to subpoena Walz and Ellison because they say they're responsible for ripping off American taxpayers.
I think they're responsible for ripping off American taxpayers too. What y'all think? Double tap hit the like button, man. We ain't letting up on them, man. We ain't letting up. Let's keep the Minnesota fraud watch going, y'all. Let's keep the Minnesota fraud watch going, y'all. Double tap hit the like button. I remember I told you I got a little animated because they stole money for food. They stole money for autism. Y'all, this they don't talk about this because they don't want you to dislike the Somalian community. They don't want you to support the efforts of Trump. They don't want you to understand why ICE was in Minnesota. But it wasn't just food. They lied about autism. Let's get into it. Let me give you the details you may not know.
And Martha, the fraud in Minnesota happened on a number of different platforms. The vice president and Dr. Oz yesterday focused on the autism treatment centers. And the allegation is that the treatment centers would encourage parents to get a bogus diagnosis that their kid was autistic. The treatment center would then get a check and the parents would get a kickback. The treatment centers could not receive surprise inspections because they were not licensed. Now that licenses are required, only 6 out of more than 500 centers are even applying for the provisional license. Dr. Oz says this goes all the way to the top of state leadership.
This is not a problem with the people of Minnesota. It's a problem with the leadership of Minnesota and other states who do not take Medicaid preservation seriously. Any delay in services is going to be should be laid at the seat of Governor Walz.
Now, Governor Tim Walz says a decision to withhold $250 million in Medicaid money is an example of the Trump administration weaponizing the federal government and punishing the people in a blue state.
The sense of retribution, no state has experienced this before. How does taking and punishing children and elderly have anything to do with fighting fraud when that's not where this issue is taking place? It does nothing.
Now, in 2017, the money repaid to the state of Minnesota for autism treatment was less than $2 million. By 2019, word got out that money was available. And then when COVID hit, the money really started moving until we see in 2024, almost $350 million paid out for autism treatment. Quite an increase.
Y'all see them numbers? Don't leave out. You know what you shouldn't leave out with these numbers right here is that the policies of Ilhan Omar during COVID, right? Even though 80% of the Somali community was on welfare, what a lot of my chat already knows this, but what helped that bump? Ilhan Omar put forth new policies that would expand the entitlement pool specifically to her community, right? And then Walz supported it, right? And then that's when you see that expansion and explosion of money. After Ilhan Omar, Somalian, put forth legislation that created the pathway for the fraud, right? That created the pathway for the fraud. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. I'm not done, man. I said they stole money from autistic kids, man. They stole money from somebody in my chat said, go get him. Go get him, Dr. Oz. Let's see what this right. Let's cue it up. Let's cue it up. Probably heard about Minnesota fraud problems. Maine also needs to clean up its act. Somebody in my chat mentioned Maine. Somebody in my chat mentioned Dr. Last month, HHS investigators released a report that identified at least $45 million in improper payments to the state's Medicaid-funded retirement for children with autism. Shout out to W Chat. I got the best chat in the game. This is where you want to be. You don't want to be in here trolling. You don't want to be in here talking shit. You want to participate. You want to contribute. Guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Show some love and unity in the chat. I promise you, #1 podcast on YouTube. You want to be part of this debate. You want to be part of this discussion. W Chat, let's go.
We might have another Minnesota on our hands. Remember that state's program for children with autism, the one where Somali fraudsters set up fake treatment centers and stole millions of taxpayer dollars? Well, the same thing appears to be happening in Maine. 2 weeks ago, Health and Human Services investigators released a report on Maine's autism program in which they identified at least $45 million in improper payments. But that's not all. They learned that the program's payouts increased more than 50% in just 4 years. They found that treatment centers are clustered in small geographic areas. just like they did in Minnesota. They reviewed paperwork that was missing crucial information, like whether the kids receiving these services had been properly diagnosed with autism in the first place. 100% of the claims they examined had problems. And most troubling of all, they discovered that Maine had never conducted a statewide review of its autism program. Once again, it looks like another governor left the cash register unattended, and criminals help themselves to your hard-earned money.
Wow.
Rest assured, we're going to get to the bottom of this.
Wow.
Today, we sent a letter to Governor Janet Mills and Maine's health commissioner demanding more information about how they're preventing, identifying, and remediating fraud in the autism program and other programs that have raised red flags. If we don't like what we see, CMS will work with Maine to put their house in order. And if we're not satisfied with their progress, we reserve the right to cut off payments entirely. That's what it means to fight fraud, preserve program integrity, and protect your taxpayer dollars. And that's what we'll keep doing every single day here at CMS.
Cut the money off. He said, if you don't abide by the rules, we're going to, this is how policy works. And Trump is not just doing this. This is across the board, again, giving a real masterclass on politics and how cabinet should function, how government should function. So here it is. This is a whole different branch of government with Dr. Oz. And this is saying he's going to stop money because they get money because this is medical, right? But then you have the Department of Transportation, and I reported to you hundreds of millions of dollars have been stopped. I live in California. This money affects me, right? The Department of Transportation has stopped over $100 million from going into California, blocked over $100 million of funding going into California, and blocked over $40 million of funding going into Colorado. Why is it important? They have blocked the money because California and Colorado refuse to change the application that allows people who don't speak and read English to gain CDLs. They have application process that allow people who are not citizens to gain CDLs. So the Department of Transportation has withheld hundreds of millions of dollars between California and Colorado. Now, Dr. Oz, also part of the Trump cabinet, is saying he will withhold federal money if you do not clean up your act when it comes to the medical aspect of where money. So this is the Trump cabinet kicking ass and taking names, not just in one aspect, not just in the Department of Education, not just in the Department of Education. That was a Freudian slip. I meant to say that, but not just in the Department of Education, but also the Department of Transportation, and here now in the medical field. Let's go.
We might have another Minnesota on our hands. Remember that state's program for children with autism, the one where Somali fraudsters set up fake treatment centers and stole millions of taxpayer dollars? Well, the same thing appears to be happening in Maine. 2 weeks ago, Health and Human Services investigators released a report on Maine's autism program in which they identified at least $45 million in improper payments. But that's not all. They learned that the program's payouts increased more than 50% in just 4 years. They found that treatment centers are clustered in small geographic areas, just like they did in Minnesota. They reviewed paperwork that was missing crucial information, like whether the kids receiving these services had been properly diagnosed with autism in the first place. 100% of the claims they examined had problems. And most troubling of all,
100% of the claims had problems. You remember what Trump said in the State of the Union? That's why the State of the Union was magical, masterful. He said, we have a problem, Somalian pirates, in this culture of people who believe this type of crime is okay. It's not me saying it anymore. Don't you love our president? President Trump said Somalian pirates, and we have a culture of people who believe this type of crime, stealing from autistic kids, stealing from kids, stealing during COVID, the culture that they think this is okay. This is different. And you know what this reminds me of, you guys? It reminds me of Nancy Guthrie and what I told you about the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping. I said the same thing happened with Nancy Guthrie. Trump said in Minnesota, we have a different type of crime because we have a different culture from these immigrants, right? And they think it's okay to steal from autistic kids. I said Nancy Guthrie was an 85-year-old woman who has a pacemaker and on medication. Who would kidnap an 85-year-old woman? I argue that Trump is correct, that there is a different culture. There is a different criminal with a different cultural background who believes it is viable legal and a good idea to kidnap, and it is okay and prudent to kidnap an 85-year-old woman for $6 million ransom, right? That is a cultural difference between American criminals and non-American criminals. Donald Trump pointed out that the Somalian fraud and crime has a cultural difference. There is a cultural difference with these Somalian fraudsters and Somalian pirates. They think it's okay to rob and steal from autistic kids. They think it's okay to rob and kidnap an 85-year-old grandmother. So when Biden opened the border and 10 million people came across the border, TDA, Trinidad Agua, Venezuelan cartel gangs, now you learn about the Jalisco New Generation cartel. Now you learn about Mexico being on fire. I tell you, Tucson is connected to Interstate 19. I tell you, Tucson is 60 miles from the border. Did you know Tucson sits on the border? Did you know that Tucson has a problem with multiple cartels? Because right now in Mexico, right across from Tucson, they are having a war. They're not warring just one cartel. No, we have multiple. You heard about Sinaloa cartel. You heard about the New Generation Jalisco. You heard about other cartels, right? But so there are multiple cartel fractions. You thought it was just one. No. So with El Mencho being taken out, they are warring for power. Did you know that we have multiple cartels operating in Tucson? That Tucson is a jump off location? If I can get the drugs to Tucson, I can get them to California. If I can get the drugs to Tucson, I can get them to Chicago. If I can get the drugs to Tucson, I can get them to New York. Tucson is very pivotal for the cartels, the federal government. The local sheriff is not telling you what happened to Nancy Guthrie. The local sheriff is not telling you that I have a unique cultural crime. I have a unique crime in Tucson. The local sheriff should be telling the federal government in the Savannah Guthrie there is a unique level of crime in Tucson because we are so close to the border. Us being so close to the border gives us a different type of criminal with a different cultural background. Do y'all hear where I'm going? Do y'all hear where I'm going? That gives us a different type of criminal with a different cultural background who believes different types of crimes are viable. The Somalian pirate fraudsters thought it was cool to steal from kids during COVID. The Somalian pirate fraudsters thought it was okay to steal from autistic kids. The people who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie thought it was okay to kidnap an 85-year-old woman. I'm telling you, that's a different type of criminal with a different type of cultural background. That's a different type of criminal with a different type of cultural background. I hate to be the one to break it to you. Donald Trump was not being racist. Donald Trump was telling you the truth of what we're dealing with after the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris border debacle. They let in 10 million people, and now we have a different type of criminal from a different culture, and they commit different levels of crime. When I did my research on TDA, when I told you about TDA, Trinidad Agua, if you right now go to FBI and you look up TDA, Trinidad Agua, Venezuelan cartel, and you ask FBI, you ask police, what is their modus operandi? What type of crime? What do they do? What does cartels, what might we face? What might we face with these new immigrants if some of them happen to be criminals? What type of crime do they commit? Isn't that an intelligent question to ask? What type of crime might we face? Because we had 10 million people come across the border by soft estimates. By conservative estimates, they say 20 million. So what type of crime, a different type of culture, when you looked it up, it says extortion. I'm not making this up. When you look it up, it says extortion. It says kidnapping for ransom. That's the type of crime the New Generation Jalisco cartel, the Sinaloa cartel, the Trinidad Agua, TDA, this is what they're known for. They're known for extortion. What happened when they came to Aurora, Colorado? What happened when they came to Chicago? Why are there so many black MAGA in Chicago? Because when these immigrant criminals came to Chicago, they started doing extortion, taking over the apartments, extortion and kidnapping for ransom. unheard of in Aurora, Colorado, unheard of in Chicago. But from their cultural background, this is every day to them. This is what they do. They kidnap people. They extort people. This is a different criminal element from a different cultural background. If you factor that into Nancy Guthrie and the fact that Tucson is on the fucking border, if you factor that into Nancy Guthrie and the fact that Tucson is on the fucking border, and then you add to that what I told you about South American theft groups that just got arrested, 20 of them got arrested in Texas. South American theft groups who use signal jammers and who track your email and social media to find out who you are, how much money you're worth, and then stalk you and then rob you or maybe kidnap you for ransom. South American theft groups, they're not only operating in Houston, they robbed Mayor Karen Bass' house in Los Angeles. They robbed an NBA player in Ohio. They've been plot in Cincinnati, Ohio, and Wisconsin. I argue they also operate in Arizona, probably in Tucson. That's what happened to Nancy Guthrie. A South American theft group knew who she was because their MO, and they have the people who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie were in the house for 41 minutes. The people who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie were in the house for 41 minutes. How do you stay in the house for 41 minutes? They had signal jammers. The South American theft groups use high-tech signal jammers, and they use all this technical capability to be able to be in these neighborhoods for long periods of time without being bothered. That's what happened. That's what happened, you guys. Do y'all understand? That's what happened, and no is telling you. The other day we were talking about the pacemaker, right? I'm talking about criminals who think it's okay to kidnap an 85-year-old woman with a pacemaker. They knew she had a pacemaker because they got the technology in the house.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that, Jim. I'm not anti-court storm, but to me, there has to be boundaries. Obviously, nobody should ever enter a handshake line. I was going to shake the coach's hand on a very hard-fought win. Iowa played great. And, this kid just comes out of nowhere and comes right up on me. So, listen, it's a heated battle. It's, a rivalry game. And I reacted, and I probably would do it again. And, one of their coaches that, that I accidentally made contact with, I reached out to him and he said he would have done the exact same thing. So, you just never know in those situations, Jim, and it's got to be handled better. It's a great learning opportunity. I appreciated the statement that I will put out. But yeah, when you're in the handshake line, you should never have to worry about somebody walking up on you. And you don't know, Jim. Listen, this kid may have had 10 beers in him, and who knows what happens. I did talk about my pacemaker. I hit a phone out of a guy's hand that was interviewing me. He kind of came up when I was at Iowa State. And all it takes is one incident. And, I'm done, Jim. I don't have an escape rhythm. So if something does happen to my pacemaker, there's nothing that I can do. So I'm not going to take that chance. I'm sorry. The one thing I did realize is that the talk about my pacemaker, I hit a phone out of a guy's hand that was interviewing me. He kind of came up when I was at Iowa State, and all it takes is one incident. And, I'm done, Jim. I don't have an escape rhythm. So if something does happen to my pacemaker, there's nothing that I can do. So I'm not going to take that chance. I'm sorry. No, Jim, listen, this kid may have had 10 beers in him, and who knows.
This is why I'm playing this. You hear what he said? He is saying he has a pacemaker. He got to be 20, 30 years younger than Nancy Guthrie. This guy got to be 20, 30 years younger than Nancy Guthrie. He was at a college game. This is just off the cuff. I'm just doing my research. I find this video of this guy at a college game. We could talk about the young kids and how the young kids don't respect the elders, right? But he's at a college game. They're doing a handshake line, and one of the kids attack him. So he takes him out, right? And he said, I'm not going to apologize. The reason I took him out is because I have a pacemaker. He said, I can't take no chances. If one thing goes wrong with my pacemaker, I'm done. And the reason I'm playing this is because he looks like he's about 40, 50 years old. Nancy Guthrie's 84. Do you see how paranoid he is about his pacemaker? Nancy Guthrie's 84. And he says, if one thing goes wrong with my pacemaker, I can't get that rhythm back. I can't get that rhythm back. I'm done. She's 84. Somebody in the chat said, do you think she's alive? Savannah's asking offering $1 million just for her body. I'm playing this to put in perspective if you think she's alive. This is how he reacted. This is how he reacted to kids trying to attack him because he has a pacemaker.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that, Jim. I'm not anti-court storm, but to me, there has to be boundaries. Obviously, nobody should ever enter a handshake line. I was going to shake the coach's hand on a very hard-fought win. Iowa played great, and this kid just comes out of nowhere and comes right up on me. So, listen, it's a heated battle. It's a rivalry game. And I reacted, and I probably would do it again. And one of their coaches that that I accidentally made contact with, I reached out to him, and he said he would have done the exact same thing. So you just never know in those situations, Jim, and it's got to be handled better. It's a great learning opportunity. I appreciated the statement that Iowa put out, but yeah, when you're in the handshake line, you should never have to worry about somebody walking up on you. And you don't know, Jim. Listen, this kid may have had 10 beers in him, and who knows what happens. I did talk about my pacemaker. I hit a phone out of a guy's hand that was interviewing me. He kind of came up when I was at Iowa State, and all it takes is one incident, and I'm done, Jim. I don't have an escape rhythm. So if something does happen to my pacemaker, there's nothing that I can do. So I'm not going to take that chance. I'm sorry. But one thing.
Y'all hear that? I just wanted to show that. Just that, I didn't even know if I'll be able to show that because I love the Nancy Guthrie. I want her to come home. And I just want to show that for a lot of my people. You'll watch me every day. You've seen my reports on Nancy Guthrie. So we're going to get back to the Minnesota and autism fraud. But I just had to show that, man, because when I seen that, man, that touched my heart, man, because a lot of you know about the technology and looking for the pacemaker. What we learned in our latest Nancy Guthrie update is that it was 41 minutes between when he cut off the camera and when the pacemaker left the home device. So that means it was 41 minutes before Nancy Guthrie left the home. Between that camera and when the kidnappers got her away from her location was 41 minutes. So you keep that into account and what he said about what if anything was to happen to his pacemaker. So man, that's powerful, right? That's powerful, right? So that's what we on right now. That's what we on. We praying for her. We praying for her. We praying for her. We praying for her whole family, man. Let's get back to this fraud, 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 man. Now, remember what I was telling you. Remember what I was telling you about the autism, right? Remember what I was telling you about the autism and how they stole money from autistic kids. Let me show you. I got a video on that, man. We ain't letting up on this fraud, man. We ain't letting up on this fraud. This our boy Nick Shirley. While the government is withholding $260 million in Medicaid funding in Minnesota, here is an autism center in Minnesota. Their scheme claimed children have autism, receive millions of dollars, and get rich.
Because little Joey couldn't get into a daycare, we went to an autism center, as they have been popping up everywhere as a rise of autism has occurred here in Minnesota. Because of the government funds that they're receiving, I tried to check my son Joey into an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him in the autism center because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I can't give you a number now.
Like more than 5?
Probably.
Probably, so you don't really know?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here? What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up?
I can't answer. What news? Are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here because there's.
So why are you asking us about
the fraud? Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a ghost. Yeah. But that's our number. Yeah, but this is we can't let you guys do so.
Okay, thank you. So once again, little Joey, he can't even go to daycare, and now they won't even accept him if he has autism.
And again, no kids. Couldn't tell you how many kids they serve.
After being able to provide no evidence of them actually.
Right? Nick Shirley. Now we did the daycare centers. We did the daycare centers. Now Nick Shirley at autism clinics. And what do you see again? No kids and nobody with autism. Let's look at it again. No kids, nobody with autism.
Because little Joey couldn't get into a daycare, we went to an autism center, as they have been popping up everywhere as a rise of autism has occurred here in Minnesota. Because of the government funds that they are receiving, I tried to check my son Joey into an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him in the autism center because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I can't give you a number now.
Like more than 5?
Probably.
Probably, so you don't really know?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here? What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up?
I can't answer
What news? Are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here because there's
Why are you asking us about
the fraud. Yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a Joey spot.
This is not. What does he mean by that? Does that mean no one named Joey, only Sahil and Ahid and Muhammad Salid can be here?
But that's our number on the other bill. But this is we can't let you guys do so.
Okay, thank you. So once again, little Joey, he can't even go to daycare, and now they won't even accept him if he has autism.
And again, no kids. Couldn't tell you how many kids they serve.
After being able to provide no evidence of them actually, because little Joey.
That's a facts on the ground, man. That's a facts on the ground. What are we talking about, man? We talking about the autism. We talking about the Somalian fraud, the Somalian pirate fraudsters. That's what we in right now, man. The Somalian pirate fraudsters, the Minnesota fraud crisis, Medicaid fraud has got this young autistic woman evicted out of her home and living on the streets. Very sad, man. Let's look at this expose, man. This sad, man. Check this out. Double tap at the like button, man. You only gonna see this. This is the people that's why I say it's a different cultural criminal, because they think it's okay to steal and make sure and take money from people that actually really need it, brothers and sisters, man. This is why Trump said Somalian fraudsters and pirates need to get on the boat and go back home.
Minnesota's fraud crisis came knocking.
We're here for the eviction.
Janelle Hansen, she goes by Sky, lived in a Minnetonka apartment
What?
when sheriff's deputies arrived,
I'm scared.
armed with an eviction order for Jane or John Doe.
I'm not Jane or John Doe. That's what's confusing.
Sky lived here as part of a Medicaid program called Integrated Community Supports, or ICS. It's designed to help adults with disabilities live independently in their own apartment with one-to-one daily assistance. She was ordered to pack up what she could carry
Grab what you've just packed because we need to exit the apartment now.
and get out.
No, we need to go. Come on.
Okay.
We need to go.
Let's go. How are you?
Go.
Okay, how are
Set
you?
out to the hallway.
Okay, Josh.
And like that, a vulnerable young woman put on the street.
Buy house. Buy house. What's about
How could this have happened? Our investigation finds it's tied to the allegations of Medicaid fraud now rocking Minnesota.
We've documented Sky's life of homelessness for the past 8 months, living out of her car, tents, shelters, and cheap hotels.
I think I just got kicked out of the hotels for being too autistic.
Her former caregivers, American Home Healthcare LLC, are under investigation for fraud. They were billing Sky's Medicaid $421 per day, claiming they always provided 12 hours of service.
Most days was like 2 hours, maybe 1 or 2 hours.
Under investigation, the company and its owner, Jamal Mohammed, stopped paying rent.
Okay, let's go. Come on. We're gonna push this.
So Sky got evicted. Just one of the vulnerable people paying the price through no fault of their own for Minnesota's fraud crisis. Thrown onto the street, homeless.
They say that your home is in your heart.
Some cold shit, right? So this is the result. You know, a lot of times they be in the chat, y'all, they be saying this is what you voted for. Well, lately it's been the other way around. The Republicans keep looking at the Democrats and say, well, this is what you voted for. She voted for probably a Democrat in Minnesota. I want someone to help her but I bet you she's a Democrat. I bet you she voted blue. I bet she voted for the very people who created the policies and the fraud that led her to be homeless. In New York, you voted for Zarani Mondani. First thing he does is going to raise your property taxes and put you homeless. I will be in my house on my podcast doing a story about homeless Democrats in New York pretty soon. Watch. We will be doing a story on homeless Democrats thanks to Democratic policies. But you voted for Mondani. I promise you she probably voted for Tim Walz. Just because she's autistic, didn't she sound like she was audible? So I bet you she voted Democrat. Let's watch it again. We talking about the fraud in Minnesota and the results of the fraud in Minnesota and what your vote gets you. This is an American.
Minnesota's fraud crisis came knocking.
We're here for the eviction.
Janelle Hansen, she goes by Sky, lived in a Minnetonka apartment
What?
when sheriff's deputies arrived,
I'm scared.
armed with an eviction order for Jane or John Doe.
I'm not Jane or John Doe. That's what's confusing.
Sky lived here as part of a Medicaid program called Integrated Community Supports, or ICS. It's designed to help adults with disabilities live independently in their own apartment with one-to-one daily assistance. She was ordered to pack up what she could carry
Grab what you've just packed because we need to exit the apartment now.
and get out.
No, we need to go. Come on.
Okay.
We need to go.
Let's go.
How are you?
These are your Democrats. The sheriffs. Now, the sheriffs in Virginia said they wouldn't do this, but this is the Democrats in Minnesota. That's a woman. She don't give a fuck about this autistic little girl. Get your shit and get the fuck out. Knowing that she's supposed to be there, get help, and they know about the fraud. They don't give a fuck. They putting her out on the street.
Okay, sorry.
Out to the hallway.
And like that, a vulnerable young woman put on the street.
My house.
She didn't do this to herself. She didn't cause this. This is your Democrats and their policies that caused this.
I have $100.
How could this have happened? Our investigation finds it's tied to the allegations of Medicaid fraud now rocking Minnesota.
So we got daycare fraud. We got autistic kids fraud. We got food fraud. They lied about meals, lied about kids, lied about ghost children. Now they're lying.
We've documented Sky's life of homelessness.
This is her after she's kicked out of her apartment. Now, remember the Somalians talk about riding around in Rolls Royces. Somalians riding around in Rolls Royces all over Minnesota, right? Somalians riding around in BMWs and Bentleys off your $19 billion tax fraud, right? But here is an American girl, good old everyday American sick girl, sleeping on the street while the Somalians live high on the motherfucking hog. You got what you voted for.
For the past 8 months, living out of her car, tents, shelters, and cheap hotels.
I think I just got kicked out of the hotels for being too autistic.
Her former caregivers, American Home Healthcare LLC, are under investigation for fraud. They were billing Sky's Medicaid $421 per day, claiming they always provided 12 hours of service.
Most days.
Wow. You see how the fraud occurs? You see what happens? She don't know she's autistic, and they putting these bills behind her back, lying about the services that she received so they could increase their coffers.
These was like 2 hours, maybe 1 or 2 hours.
Under investigation, the company and its owner, Jamal Mohammed,
A Somalian. A motherfucking Somalian pirate. How does this happen, man? How are this the most worst, this the most criminal part, that Americans are at the burden of these Somalian fraudsters and pirates. You thought they was just frauding Somalians, right? No. You thought they were just taking money. No. This is how the fraud manifests. You get hurt. They get rich. Everyday Americans get hurt. What did you think? You thought that they were Somalian kids that was getting paid? No. They get rich. You get fucked over. You didn't know?
stopped paying rent.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Here, push this.
So Sky got evicted. Just one of the vulnerable people paying the price through no fault of their own for Minnesota's fraud crisis.
So he collected all that money and never paid the rent. Let's go back to how much he was being charged. They said, how much a day?
Us for being too autistic.
For former caregivers, American Home Healthcare LLC are under investigation for fraud. They were billing Sky's Medicaid $421 per.
Average monthly cost $11,000 a month. The Somalian pirate fraudster was charging the American government $11,000. That's just one of his patients. They lie, and then this happened to be a real person. They lie about ghosts. They lie about ghost patients, right? So the Somalian pirate fraudster charged the American people $12,000 a month, but never paid rent for Sky. Sky ended up homeless. Sky ended up homeless. And you know what's not in this expose? The motherfucking Somalian going to jail. They get rich and an American sick girl paid for them.
Per day, claiming they always provided 12 hours of service.
Most days was like 2 hours, maybe 1 or 2 hours.
Under investigation, the company and its owner, Jamal Mohammed, stopped paying rent.
Okay, let's go. Come in. We're gonna push this.
So Sky got evicted. Just one of the vulnerable people paying the price through no fault of their own for Minnesota's fraud crisis. Thrown onto the street, homeless.
They say that your home is in your heart.
Somalian fraud. This is how it manifests. Y'all thought it was Somalians being hurt. No, Americans are hurt. Americans are hurt. Y'all didn't know that? Americans are hurt by the fraud. Americans are hurt by the fraud. Fraud is so bad in Minnesota that people are now traveling there to steal millions of taxpayers because they heard how easy it was. 2 men convicted after scamming medical beneficiaries out of $3.5 million at homeless shelters and Section 8 housing. That's how bad it is in Minnesota that people, and they calling me a grifter, you guys. If I was a grifter, I'd be in motherfucking Minnesota.
$1 in fraud was discovered. This is according to the Department of Justice. The 2 men you talked about that went from Pennsylvania over to Minnesota to commit this fraud, they pleaded guilty in court today of scamming Medicaid beneficiaries, get this, at homeless shelters and Section 8 housing. And what's most notable about this case, Harris, according to the DOJ, this represents the first charges involving the use of artificial intelligence to further a fraud scheme targeting healthcare programs in Minnesota. With the 2 fraudsters we talked about, concealing the scheme by using AI, including ChatGPT, to create fake records when questioned by insurance companies. Exclusive to Fox this morning, Attorney General Pam Bondi releasing the statement saying criminal fraud not only robs taxpayers, it shatters trust in our institutions. Under President Trump's leadership, today's convictions are just the beginning. Our prosecutors will work tirelessly to unravel criminal fraud schemes and charge their perpetrators in Minnesota and across the country. $1 billion in fraud was discovered. This is according to the Department of Justice. The 2 men you talked about that went from Pennsylvania over to Minnesota to commit this fraud, they pleaded guilty in court today of scamming Medicaid beneficiaries, get this, at homeless shelters and Section 8 housing. And what's most notable about this case, Harris, according to the DOJ, this represents the first charges involving the use of artificial intelligence to further a fraud scheme targeting healthcare programs in Minnesota. With the 2 fraudsters we talked about, concealing the scheme by using AI, including ChatGPT, to create fake records when questioned by insurance companies. Exclusive to Fox this morning, Attorney General Pam Bondi releasing the statement saying criminal fraud not only robs taxpayers, it shatters trust in our institutions. Under President Trump's leadership, today's convictions are just the beginning. Our prosecutors will work tirelessly to unravel criminal fraud schemes and charge their perpetrators in Minnesota and across the country. $1 billion in fraud was discovered. This is according to the Department of Justice.
So Medicaid fraud on full display. We discussing it here.
Minnesota's fraud.
Class, In and Out with a Dash, Nick Shirley. This is that same place right here. This is why the government is withholding $260 million in Medicaid funding in Minnesota. Here's an autistic center in Minnesota. The scheme claimed children have autism, receive millions of dollars from the 27 to 24, 18. Tim Walz. The Trump administration Medicaid funding freeze in Minnesota is not only cruel, it's not even a real solution to fighting fraud. This is Tim Walz's response. So what you gonna do about the fraud, Tim?
The White House solution to
what do we do about the fraud, Tim? Tim Walz said this ain't a solution to the fraud, but you knew about the fraud, Tim, and you did shit. That's why you step it down and you could never run for politics again.
The White House solution to this is to take health care from poor people. Our solution to it is catch these people before they do it, and if we don't, to lock them away for a long time. How does taking and punishing children and elderly have anything to do with fighting fraud when that's not where this issue is taking place? This is a targeted retribution against a state that the president doesn't like. The real shame in all this is a state that does healthcare as well as anybody. Healthcare outcomes, healthcare access, healthcare providers. We do it as well as anybody. And this Medicaid piece, I don't know how you can't use this statistic. CMS's own numbers say Medicaid error rates in Minnesota are 2.1%. National average is 6.4%. It's the same pattern. They used false information as a pretense to do Operation Metro Surge. They're using false information or no information as a pretense to take our tax dollars and now asking us to turn away people who need that health care.
So why'd you step down? Did y'all hear that shit? So now Tim Walz is saying that he was a false pretense. So there was no fraud, Tim. We had fraud at daycare centers. We have fraud at Feed Our Families. And now today we're going into fraud at autism, and not just in Minnesota, but also in Maine and California. So Tim, you're saying that we shouldn't have been in Minnesota. And Tim, there wasn't $19 billion of fraud. We didn't see $700 million going through the Minnesota airport. What is he talking about, y'all? What is he talking about? This is why Kamala Harris lost, and this is why the Dems are going to lose for the next 10 years once we fix the voting in this country.
The White House solution to this is to take health care from poor people. Our solution to it is catch these people before they do it, and if we don't, to lock them away for a long time. How does taking and punishing children and elderly have anything to do with fighting fraud when that's not where this issue is taking place? This is a targeted retribution against a state that the president doesn't like. The real shame in all this is a state that does healthcare as well as anybody. Healthcare outcomes, healthcare access, healthcare providers. We do it as.
And what am I doing today? What? It's like this is why this cognitive dissonance, man. Cognitive. Man, what are we doing today? What are we doing today? If that is the fact, what the fuck are we doing today, brothers and sisters? It's just absolutely bullshit. It's just absolutely bullshit. It's just absolute. So I'm just doing this for no fucking reason, right? There was not billions of dollars stolen, right? You didn't steal from kids. You didn't steal from food. You didn't steal from fucking autism, right? That we're just doing this because we're racist and we fucking hate you. That's what's going on. Tim, get it together, bro. Get it together, bro. Get it together, bro. This is absolute bullshit. This is absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. So it's our fault, Tim. It's our fault, Tim. Y'all hear this shit? Y'all hear this shit?
As well as anybody. And this Medicaid piece, I don't know how you can't use this statistic. CMS's own numbers say Medicaid error rates in Minnesota are 2.1%. National average is 6.4%. It's the same pattern. They used false information as a pretense to do Operation Metro Surge. They're using false information or no information as a pretense to take our tax dollars and now asking us to turn away people who need that health care.
No, we're not turning them away. We freezing the shit. We ain't turning them away. We freezing the shit. We ain't even playing with you no more. We ain't even playing with you no more. We freezing the shit. Right? We are not even playing with them no more. We freezing the shit. Where my baby at? Where my baby at? We freezing this shit. All right. President Trump announces VP Vance will be leading an administration's war on fraud. I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. Hashtag Vance 2028 in the chat. Hashtag Vance 2028 in the chat, baby.
When it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He'll get it done.
You'll get it done.
And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games.
We are not playing games, America. So a couple things we're talking about today that are so fantastic about this video that I've been talking about this morning. Number one, Trump is not letting up on the fraud in Minnesota. Fuck what Tim Walz was saying. We doubling down on the fraud in Minnesota. Fuck that. We not leaving Minnesota. We want our money back. But the other thing he did is he handed off to J.D. Vance. When he said he'll get it done, he wasn't just talking about the fraud. Y'all understand that, right? When he said J.D. Vance will get it done, he wasn't just talking about the fraud. This was masterful. This was 4D chess, and this was a masterclass. This what Kamala never got from Biden. This what Kamala never got from the DNC. This what Kamala needed in order to be a viable presidential candidate. But this what Trump did for Vance. Trump said JD can get the job done. That's like a political slogan. JD Vance 2028, he'll get the job done. One more time, let's hear Trump. Masterclass, masterclass.
He'll get it done.
He'll get it done.
And if we're able to find...
He'll get it done, y'all. He'll get it done. That's how you hand it off. I'm not running for president in 2028, but don't worry, my American people, don't worry, MAGA, don't worry, constituents. J.D. Vance is here, and J.D. Vance will get it done. J.D. Vance is here, and J.D. Vance will get it done. I'm handing over the reins to J.D. Vance now, and you vote for him in 2028 to keep the ship rocking and rolling, MAGA. Let's go.
Started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance.
Let's go, baby. Listen.
He'll get it done.
He'll get it done. He'll get it done. That's my boy right there, man. That's fucking Trump right there, man. He'll get it done. That's how you do a fucking masterclass in fucking politics. J.D. Vance will get it fucking done in 2028. J.D. Vance gets it fucking done, ladies and gentlemen. That's what Trump just did. Handed it off, man. That's what Trump just did. Handed it off, man. Double tap it to fucking 4D chess, fucking masterclass. JD Vance reveals Trump is freezing Medicaid money for Minnesota, weaponizing healthcare to punish a blue state. Fuck them. Fuck them. Let's go, Vance. Let's go, Vance. Let's go, MAGA. Double tap hit the like button. Let's go.
We're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligations seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money. Now, what is this going to mean? What this means is that, first of all, the providers on the ground in Minnesota have actually already been paid. The state has paid those providers the money. What we're doing is we are stopping the federal payments that will go to the state government until the state government takes its obligations seriously to stop the fraud that's being perpetrated against the American taxpayer. So we're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain
JD Vance in the game, baby. JD Vance getting the handoff. JD Vance in charge of the fraud. We shutting that shit down. JD Vance announcing today with Dr. Oz in the foreground. We ain't doing that shit no more. If matter of, didn't we stop money? See, this ain't the first time we stopped money with the daycares until we closed the loopholes. Y'all remember with the daycare, we stopped money with the daycares until we closed the loopholes. Right? I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna show you something else that
Vice President J.D. Vance, President Trump's appointed leader of the, quote, war on fraud, announced the administration will not reimburse Minnesota for nearly $260 million in Medicaid funds.
We have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligations seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money.
The hold impacts about half the receipts submitted by the state for the low-income Medicaid program during the past fiscal quarter. The announcement, first reported exclusively by the Post, focuses on 14 programs identified by Minnesota as high risk for fraud. Things like autism care, at-home rehab, and non-emergency medical transport. The freeze will also impact companies that seek subsidies for durable medical equipment, things like canes and walkers through Medicare. Officials say last year there was about $1 billion in fraudulent reimbursements for such items.
y'all follow that. So just let me keep going with my mojo. Let me keep going with my mojo. Let me keep going with my mojo because I got another one. So this is not the first time we withheld money, baby. This ain't the first time we withheld money, baby. Right? Because we withheld money. Where's that, man? Because a lot of y'all don't even know what happened with the daycare centers. Like, I really did the Nick Shirley. I'm not mad at Nick Shirley, right? I'm not mad at Nick Shirley, but I did the deep dive on the daycare centers and the policy enrollment-based funding, preferred seating, and how Trump closed the loophole. And when Trump closed the loophole, we stopped funding. Y'all remember when we stopped money going? Turning off payments. Remember, this is Vance again. So it's not Medicaid, and it wasn't just one level of fraud. This is why Tim Walz is such a piece of shit. This is why Tim Walz is such a piece of shit, because it wasn't just one level and one aspect of fraud. It was fraud across the many levels. They frauded daycare centers, right? They lied about ghost children. They frauded food. They lied about meals. And then today I'm showing you they lied about autistic kids, leading to Americans, everyday Americans like me and you getting evicted. Autistic Americans who need help. Autistic Americans who need help, they frauded. So we stopped money going to the daycare centers, just like JD said, just like we stopped money going to California. Until California fixes the law that stops people can't read and write English from getting CDLs, we withholding hundreds of millions of dollars from California and Colorado. All of these sanctuary blue states, we are withholding money. The federal government, this is why we voted for Trump. We're getting what we voted for. We are no longer subsidizing the Democratic bullshit. Listen to this. This is what we did to fix it. It's more than a Nick Shirley video. It's more than a Nick Shirley video. We have frozen child care payments to the state of Minnesota. So now we've also temporarily frozen Medicaid payments. Today I'm announcing JD Vance is the brand new war czar on fraud. JD Vance, not the border czar, but the war czar. And he just froze funding to Medicaid, $250 million. But I just want to give you foundation that we already froze funding to the daycares if they didn't fix the problem with the daycares.
Hello, I'm HHS Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill. I'm here with Assistant Secretary Alex Adams. Alex oversees the Administration for Children and Families. Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations of extensive fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
My office, ACF, provides Minnesota $185 million in child care funds each year. That money should be helping 19,000 American children, including toddlers and infants. Any dollar stolen by fraudsters is stolen from those children. Yesterday, I spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota Child Care Services Office. She could not tell me with confidence whether those allegations of fraud are isolated or whether there's fraud stretching statewide.
Today, we have taken 3 direct actions against the blatant fraud that seems to be rampant in Minnesota. First, I have activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF child care payments across America. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment. Second,
that's because they were not taking roll. Did you already say this is just like voter ID? From now on, this is how you stop the fraud. For everybody listening who really cares about this, some people don't care, but the people who really care about how did Trump stop the fraud, and if Trump really stopped the fraud, well, they were being paid based on enrollment. So now in Minnesota and everywhere in the United States, you will not get paid unless you have a photo ID and you take attendance and the name on the attendance roll sheet matches that photo ID. Let's play it again. This is how you close a loophole and make sure that the kids are actually in the seats.
First, I have activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF child care payments across America. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment. Second, I've just signed and sent a demand letter to Governor Walz. I required a full 360 review of these centers. This includes attendance records, licenses, complaints, investigations, and inspections.
And third, we've launched a dedicated fraud reporting hotline and email address at childcare.gov. Whether you're a parent, a provider, a member of the public, we want to hear from you. Let me be crystal clear. ACF expects every state to uphold the highest standards of oversight, monitoring, and accountability for federal dollars. Minnesota is no exception.
We're committed to holding bad actors accountable. Regardless of rank or office, anyone who's involved in perpetrating this fraud against the American people should expect to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
So just to give you foundation, it's not the first time we've withholded funds. It's not the first time we withholded funds, right? It's just the first time JD Vance is in charge, and it's the first time we had $19 billion Somali fraud.
So we're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligations seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money. Now, what is this going to mean? What this means is that, first of all, the providers on the ground in Minnesota have actually already been paid. The state has paid those providers the money. What we're doing is we are stopping the federal payments that will go to the state government until the state government takes its obligations seriously to stop the fraud that's being perpetrated against the American tax.
So that's a good point that he reiterated that the providers have already been paid. The state won't get the money, similar to California. The providers have already been paid. The state won't get the money, right? That same thing that's going on with the DMV. The providers have been paid. It's just that the state won't get the money.
Take care of our fellow citizens who.
The United States of America is a generous country and will take care of our citizens, but we will not support fraud for non-citizens.
One of the things I love about our country is that we're a generous country. We're a generous people. We take care of our fellow citizens who can't afford medical care because they're down on their luck. We take care of people who can't afford to put food on the table, even though they work hard and play by the rules. We recognize that we're all in this together, and part of the reason why we have Medicaid, or part of the reason why we have food stamps, part of the reason why we have these programs is we want to make sure that kids who grow up in families not all that different from the family that I grew up in, that they have access to the basic necessities: food, medical care, after-school services when their family needs them, but they're unable to pay. What's happening in Minneapolis, in California, in a number of states all across our country is that the generosity and the good hearts of our fellow Americans are being taken advantage of. We're taking that social contract that says that our American citizens, we take care of one another, and we're allowing a few bad actors to get rich off that generosity of spirit instead of providing the services to the kids who need it. This is disgraceful. It has happened for too long. Far too many people have gotten rich by taking what is the best of the American spirit and getting rich off of it instead of providing services to kids who need it. That is stopping today. We're taking a whole of government approach in the Trump administration to take this fraud seriously. What Mehmet Oz and his team at CMS have done is really remarkable, and it's just the first step of our efforts. So without further ado, let me turn it over to Mehmet to say a few words about what he's doing, what his team has uncovered, and what they're accomplishing with this new action. Dr. Oz.
Double tap, hit the like button. 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 Like, share, and subscribe. I'm running the Somalian special right now. You can join my channel for less than 10 cents a day, or you can feed a starving Somalian. Right. Double tap, hit the like button. Y'all want to join the channel? I got a Somalian special right now. And let's go. Get the like, shares, get the super chat. Hey, I got a Cash App yesterday. Thank you for that Cash App I got yesterday. Double tap, hit the like button. Cash App, $ Big D Rants. Let me put my Cash App in the chat. $ Big D Rants. That's my Cash App right there. Hit the Cash App, hit the super chat, hit the like, share, subscribe. We are discussing Medicaid fraud, autistic fraud, daycare fraud, Minnesota fraud, Somalian pirate fraud. We just going in all the way. Omar fraud. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. What else do I say? What's one other one that you guys love? Ice, baby. Too cold. It's like ice, baby. Just go back home. Now you do it. Ice, baby. Too cold. It's like ice, baby. Just go back home. Gutfeld just ended Ilhan Omar's career. This country gave her corrupt ass a new life. She's not the type of person we should have in leadership. I agree. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that we should get rid of Ilhan Omar.
I have to point out Ilhan Omar. She repulses me, and I'm trying to find out why, because she's not unattractive. She has an unusual amount and kind of anger. She has no right to that level of rage in the United States of America, the country who gave her corrupt ass a new life. It's not like she's a homeless Vietnam vet who can't get services and should be enraged at the government. She should be kissing the ground she walks on instead of spitting on it. And her anger is also reminds me of the radical who, given power, would destroy you. She would show no mercy for you if you were below her. Like, the look on her face is somebody who would step on your neck instead of giving you a hand. And that is not the kind of person we should have in our leadership. It's not the type of person we should have in this country.
I agree.
And if we find out that she screwed up on her immigration stuff, she's got to go.
She got to go.
She should be thanking President Trump for finding fraud.
I have to point out Ilhan.
I don't like her either, bro. Let's go back to this. This is what we started with. Let's go back to this. Ilhan Omar.
Let's listen to some of what she said.
To have a democracy, a beacon of
Let's listen to some of what she said.
To have have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries where the military are in our streets without any regard for people's constitutional rights.
Wait. Stop here. You can't make this up.
No, you can't.
Who are we talking about here? Omar fled Somalia, a failed state, a country ravaged by civil war, corruption, and poverty, and she spent years in a Kenyan refugee camp. I hate that for her. I really do. She resettled in the U.S. as a refugee. So happy for her. She was given housing, afforded education, opportunity, freedom. She became a citizen in 2000 at 17. Again, so happy for her. Thank God she escaped that terrible life. And she was elected to Congress, one of the first Muslim women in the House. The American dream. She has every reason to be thankful. Is she? Not even almost. No. Instead, she spends her time bashing the very country that saved her and her family. Here's more of what I consider garbage.
I mean, I grew up in a dictatorship. And I don't even remember ever witnessing anything like that. To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries.
How about just thank you? Thank you for giving me a soft place to land. Thank you for giving me a track to run on. Thank you for giving me somewhere to be and thrive and grow. And here's the thing. She has the right to say what she's saying. Culturally, psychologically, I think it's disgusting. But does she have the right to say it? Yeah, she does. Just like I have the right to say it's absolutely disgusting. And whoever voted for her now knows who they voted for and should kick her ass to the curb. Most shocking, instead of gratitude for America, she has the unmitigated gall to just spew nothing but unwavering disdain. And this isn't new. In 2019, she said,
"This is not going to be the country of white people."
In 2020, she said, "We must dismantle the whole system of oppression." It's so oppressive that she came here as a refugee, got all of these entitlements, and was elected to Congress. In June 2021, she compared the U.S. and Israel to Hamas and the Taliban, saying, "We have seen unthinkable atrocities committed by the U.S., Hamas, Israel, Afghanistan, and the Taliban." Really, she puts the U.S. on that list. That's crazy talk. She said lawmakers support Israel because it's all about the Benjamins, baby. When talking about 9/11, she said,
CARE was founded after 9/11 because they recognized that some people did something.
Really? Some people did something. Way to stand up for your country. She accused U.S. foreign policy of being rooted in colonialism and oppression. If this is such a horrible country, wonder why she doesn't return to Somalia. Well, maybe because Somalia isn't the most corrupt country in the world. It's the second most corrupt country in the world. It's 179th out of 180. Somalia hasn't had a stable center.
Oh, no. That's a good one. It's the second most corrupt country in the world. Here goes the graph right here. That when Trump said Somalian pirates are culturally criminals. And this is what he meant, this graph right here. We have a cultural problem with the Somalian pirates.
Most corrupt country in the world. It's the second most corrupt country in the world. It's 179th out of 180. Somalia hasn't had a stable central government for decades. 99.2% of Somalian women aged 15 to 49 have been subjected to female genital mutilation. In Somalia, child soldiers are recruited by warlords who employ tactics like abduction, threats, and forced indoctrination to recruit those children. Famine, tribal violence. The life expectancy there is 30 years short of the rest of the world. Adult literacy is less than 40%. Religious minorities.
So we gave her life. We gave her life, liberty, and freedom in the pursuit of happiness, ladies and gentlemen. We literally extended her life. TPS, temporary protection for the Somalian people, extends their life. When we opened up our American borders to the Somalian people who were going through a horrible time, and we allowed them to be in Minnesota, we put 80% of them on welfare. We subsidized that community because we felt for that community. How did that community pay us back? They stole $19 billion. How does Omar pay us back? She calls my president, President Trump, a criminal and a murderer. I just want to say right now on my channel, I don't like her either. Hashtag W in the chat.
They're persecuted. LGBTQ, killed. But in America, she rose from refugee to congresswoman. She has freedom of religion, freedom of speech, security, yet somehow we are oppressors? Get real, lady. What are you thinking?
Freedom of religion. She married a white man. You think she'd be able to marry a white man in Somalia? Any white man in the chat? Remember what my brother just said? He said, she is attractive. I love the way he started that expose. Guthrie, when he said, Gunfield, he said, she is attractive. I don't know what's wrong with her. That was a dig, you guys. In case you didn't know, he starts off with her looks just to say that's all she's worth.
I have to point out Ilhan Omar. She repulses me, and I'm trying to find out why, because she's not unattractive.
Just throw it in the bag. Just throw it in the bag. We having a good time, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Somebody give me a super chat, man. What a super chat said, man. Double tap, hit the like button. I just put my Cash App in the chat. Somebody pin my Cash App, man. Hit the super chat, hit the Cash App, man. He said, Ilhan Omar repulses me. I can't figure it out because she's not unattractive. She's not unattractive, right?
I have to point out Ilhan Omar. She repulses me, and I'm trying to find out why, because she's not unattractive. She has an unusual amount and kind of anger. Mm-hmm. She has no right to that level of rage in the United States of America, the country who gave her corrupt ass a new life. It's not like she's a homeless Vietnam vet who can't get services and should be enraged at the government. She should be.
He said, it's not like she's a homeless Vietnam vet who this guy is money. Has swish. It's not like she's a homeless Vietnam vet who can't get services. Nah. Oh shit. Yo, so one day, let's do some potty. Let's do some podcast shit right now. One day, me and my wife, after we had sex and multiple orgasms, multiple sexual experiences, right? We're sitting in the bed because I'm a beast, right? She calls me horse, big horse. We sitting in the bed. She's laying back. She could barely breathe. You know what I'm saying? So we sitting back, chopping it up. And I don't know why I was moved. I don't know. I think I was watching, we was watching Tulsa, that show with Sylvester Stallone, Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're waiting on it to come back, the new season of Tulsa to start up. Y'all could tell when the evening come in because the light, there we go, I'm lit back up. So we're sitting in post-coitus and we're watching Tulsa and it goes off. And I start to talk to her about Sylvester Stallone and Rocky. She said something about Rocky. And, I do politics. So politics is always on my mind. I'm a very politically charged person. This is why I do this content, because it's always on my mind. I just had multiple orgasms post-coitus. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't be thinking about politics. But I tell my wife, did you know with First Blood? I said, you probably heard about Rambo or Rambo Part 2, because a lot of kids, we fantasize about being Rambo. It's in hip hop, it's in rap, you know what I'm saying? people say I'm John Rambo, and they call themselves Rambo. And even Max B just got out. He said his nickname used to be Rambo. You know what I'm saying? So we sitting back post coitus, and I said, did you know about John Rambo, First Blood? First Blood was the first movie in the Rambo trilogy. I think it's like 5 or 6 Rambos right now. So, and let's say Rambo, what do we say, Rambo Universe at this point? I think we say like Rambo Universe in 2026, right? Because it's not a trilogy, right? So we sitting back post coitus, and this is to that POW joke. So I said to her, do you remember First Blood? And she never had seen First Blood, but she's familiar with Rambo because she's a hip hop head, right? And so I said, the first movie wasn't called Rambo. The first movie was called First Blood. It was about a POW named John Rambo. And the whole story, Sylvester Stallone, and these movies were created, and you had other movies by Tom Cruise. The reason why I'm bringing this up, because I wanted my wife to know how art had been used to move politics in a positive way. Sylvester Stallone helped the POWs. When I was a child, the POWs used to protest. That was a real protest. When I was a child, Vietnam vets and POWs, they had motorcycle jackets. They rode motorcycles, and they would go to Washington every year, and they would wear their POW vests, Vietnam POWs, and they would walk, and they would say, we never got benefits, and we deserve benefits. And you really didn't learn about it in school. You didn't know why your granddad or your grandfather wore this black POW vest and talked about Vietnam and said, fuck America and fuck the government and fuck Nixon. You really didn't know about it till John Rambo in First Blood. John Rambo in First Blood is how we got benefits for Vietnam POWs. They didn't have them when we were kids. Well, at least me, I'm old. I'm an old fart. So when I was a kid, I remember where POWs used to march and protest. They didn't have rights. That changed after the movie First Blood and John Rambo. John Rambo was a POW who was homeless, going through a town, and then got caught up. He had been searching, trying to find a home in America after being a star soldier in Vietnam. America used him up. He was a killer for America. He was a #1 Green Beret in America. Remember the Rambo knife? I got one for Christmas. You'll shoot your eye out. It was a survival knife, and you could unscrew the top, and it had matches, and it had fishing wire. And I begged my mom for this survival knife. I got one for Christmas. John Rambo was able to live off the land with this survival knife. So the police tried to do some democratic liberal shit. And John Rambo was like, I know the Constitution. You can't do that to me. And the sheriff is like, I'm the sheriff. I can do what the fuck I want. John Rambo said, man, I'm a Vietnam vet. I know my rights. You better not violate my rights or you're going to have a problem. And this small town sheriff thought they could violate John Rambo's rights. And John Rambo said they drew First Blood. They drew First Blood. That was the movie. That was the first movie before the sequel. It was about Vietnam POWs who had been forgotten about by the American government because Vietnam was not a war. It was a civil action. And so they did not get benefits as VA. They couldn't go to the VA. My uncles, our grandfathers, they couldn't go to the VA. They didn't get health benefits. A lot of them, they had Agent Orange. They had different shit, sick shit that they gave, LSD, all type of fucked up shit they did to those soldiers. They came back mentally fucked up, and the government said, fuck them. So not only did they fuck with them when they were in Vietnam, but when they came back home, there was nobody to support them in their mental capacity because they weren't veterans because it wasn't a war. You know, you have to go to Congress. You know, when you hear about these things, when you hear about Iraq, when you hear about Venezuela, it may do you some good to do just a little bit of research. It may do you some good to just do a little bit of fucking research, man. So, John Rambo was a Vietnam POW. And because of that movie, because of Sylvester Stallone, they were called vets now. In Vietnam, Vietnam still for people who don't like me, they could go to Wikipedia and they could get to the minutia. I'm talking on a high level, this story. I'm talking about a movie, but so if you go to Wikipedia and you see it, technically they still don't call Vietnam a war, but Vietnam POWs finally got access to benefits and to the VA after what actors like Tom Cruise did on Born on the 4th of July and Sylvester Stallone did with the Rambo universe. So when you watch Rambo, when you watch Sylvester Stallone and people may make fun of him and talk about him, you need to know what type of American Sylvester Stallone really is and what he did for the Vietnam POWs with the Rambo universe. I shared that with my wife. My wife did not know. A lot of Americans don't know. The POWs from Vietnam did not have benefits when we were kids. John Rambo, First Blood, Sylvester Stallone had a big part to play in that. And just educating the American people, like I'm doing right now, just educating the American people with that movie about why your grandfather, why your uncle is an alcoholic, why your uncle, this is why crack affected America in the way it did. The Vietnam vets had this mental capacity and they went into crack cocaine, into biker gangs and selling drugs. This is all part of who you are as an American. You may not know why your dad was a biker gang. You don't know about the origin of the Hells Angels. You don't know about your long-haired dad. He was white. He was cool. This is why you friends with somebody like me, right? You don't have an issue watching the black guy being Republican. Your dad was in the Hells Angels. Your uncle, your grandfather was in the Hells Angels. You familiar with this story I'm telling you right now. It's not a big deal for you to have a black friend because your grandfather had long hair. Your father had long hair. They rode motorcycles. Right? His best friend was a black guy when he was in Vietnam. When my grandfather, before he was in the Hells Angels, he was in Vietnam, his best friend was a black guy. So you get me. Some of you get me. Some of you understand this story. Everybody thinks people are one thing in America. You think about white people as being one thing. You don't know. I'm from Northern California where the Hells Angels come from. You know one version of a white boy. You don't know them all. You know one version of a black man. You don't know them all. Right? Straight up. Straight up. Straight up. I just had to share that with y'all, man, because I love Sylvester Stallone. I love my country. I love the veterans. Like I love the veterans for real, bro. I love my grandfather was a veteran of World War II. Like I love America. I love my country. I love the veterans. I love the POWs. I love America. So I just want to share that with you. We started from a joke. I just want to share that with you because I really do love my country, man. I really do love the veterans. I really do love the soldiers. I really do. Anybody that's in the service, thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your service. Mount Diablo High School, Northern California, Northern Califas, Marcos Cuderas, 102.9 KBLX, Northern Califas. Yeah, baby.
Point out Ilhan Omar. She repulses me, and I'm trying to find out why, because she's not unattractive. She has an unusual amount and kind of anger. She has no right to that level of rage in the United States of America, the country who gave her corrupt ass a new life. It's not like she's a homeless Vietnam vet who can't get services and should be enraged at the government. She should be kissing the ground she walks on instead of spitting on it. And her anger also reminds me of the radical who, given power, would destroy you. She would show no mercy for you if you were below her. Like the look on her face is somebody who would step on your neck instead of giving you a hand. And that is not the kind of person we should have in our leadership. It's not the type of person we should have in this country. And if we find out that she screwed up on her immigration stuff, she's got to go.
Yeah, she should be thanking President Trump for finding fraud.
She got to go. I agree. She got to go. We talk about Ilhan Omar and the fraud, baby. Ilhan Omar and the fraud. We didn't even get to Kash Patel firing those 10 people. We still on this fraud, man. I thought she thought she was gonna get away. She thought she was gonna get away. She thought she was gonna get away. They thought they were 10 war. Why are you focusing on us? Why are you focusing on us? Because y'all stole $19 billion. Because y'all stole $19 billion, man. Not just from food, but from daycares and schools and autism and shit, man.
The president has been as crystal clear as he could be. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That would be the ultimate military objective if that's the route that he chose. That is, of course, what we're trying to accomplish, as the president said, through the preferred route of diplomacy. But it's very simple. We have to get to a position where Iran, the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, cannot threaten the world with nuclear terrorism. And it's very simple. I think most Americans understand that you can't let the craziest and worst regime in the world have nuclear weapons. That's what the president is accomplishing. That's what the president has set as our goal. He's going to try to accomplish it diplomatically. But as we all know, Bill, the president has a number of other tools at his disposal to ensure this doesn't happen. He's shown a willingness to use them, and I hope the Iranians take it seriously in their negotiations tomorrow, because that's certainly what the president prefers.
Does that mean the supreme leader has to go?
Well, again, I think the president ultimately will make the decision about how to ensure Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. But we're sitting down having another round of diplomatic talks with the Iranians, trying to reach a reasonable settlement, but a reasonable settlement towards what end? Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple, Bill. I think the supreme leader and everybody in their system should understand it. We've been crystal clear, and we're hopeful that we're able to come to a good resolution without the military. But if we have to use the military, the president, of course, has that right as well.
So that's Vance talking about, like I've been warning you guys about, we are currently escalating. We are currently outside of Iran. We already dropped 2 bombs on Iran. And right now, you might have heard about it from Tucker Carlson, that we have never had this much military force in the Middle East until today.
The president has been as crystal clear as he could be. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That would be the ultimate military objective if that's the route that he chose. That is, of course, what we're trying to accomplish, as the president said, through the preferred route of diplomacy. But it's very simple. We have to get to a position where Iran, the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, cannot threaten the world with nuclear terrorism. And it's very simple. I think most Americans understand that you can't let the craziest and worst regime in the world have nuclear weapons. That's what the president is accomplishing. That's what the president has set as our goal. He's going to try to accomplish it diplomatically. But as we all know, Bill, the president has a number of other tools at his disposal to ensure this doesn't happen. He's shown a willingness to use them, and I hope the Iranians take it seriously in their negotiations tomorrow, because that's certainly what the president prefers.
Does that mean the supreme leader has to go?
Well, again, I think the president ultimately will make the decision about how to ensure Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. But we're sitting down having another round of diplomatic talks with the Iranians, trying to reach a reasonable settlement, but a reasonable settlement towards what end? Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple, Bill. I think the supreme leader and everybody in their system should understand it. We've been crystal clear, and we're hopeful that we're able to come to a good resolution without the military. But if we have to use the military, the president, of course, has that right as well.
Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are due to meet with Iran's foreign minister for a third round of talks in Geneva, Switzerland on Thursday. Witkoff says President Trump is puzzled that Iran hasn't already agreed to a deal.
Why, under this sort of pressure, with the amount of sea power, naval power that we have over there, why they haven't come to us and said, we profess that we don't want a weapon, so here's what we're prepared to do. And yet it's hard to sort of get them to that place.
With massive U.S. firepower in the region, President Trump is said to be considering preliminary limited military strikes to force Iran into an agreement. Israel is on its highest alert as it prepares for Iranian retaliation if the U.S. attacks Iran. In recent days, the IDF striking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon as the Iranian proxy would likely join the fight. Visiting U.S. Congressman Andy Ogles told CBN News in Jerusalem that regime change needs to be organic.
What we've seen over the last few weeks is that the Persian people, the people of Iran, want change. They want their country back. And so I think there's the opportunity for the United States to create that window for the Persian people to, assume their own destiny. But it has to be from the Persian people, the people of Iran. No American boots on the ground.
Ogles says the change would revolutionize Iran, the Middle East, and even the world.
They've destabilized regions all over, countries all over the world. And it'll be a huge shift and quite frankly opens up the opportunity, at least for peace globally, once Iran is no longer in the picture. And quite frankly, their global network of terror.
On the sidelines, Arab and Muslim nations condemned U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee's comment about the Middle East in an interview with Tucker Carlson last week. Carlson quoted from Genesis chapter 15 and asked Huckabee if Israel has a right to all that land. In part, Huckabee responded, it would be fine if they took it all. But the U.S. Embassy later pointed out it was taken out of context. Huckabee continued,
they're not asking to go back to take all of that, but they are asking to at least take the land that they now occupy, they now live in, they now own legitimately, and it is a safe haven for them.
He also said Israel isn't trying to take over Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, or Iraq, just trying to protect itself. U.S. Congressman Scott Perry, who is visiting Israel for the first time, told CBN News that the situation is complicated and it's important to see the facts on the ground.
A lot of people really don't fully understand what the people of Israel deal with on a daily basis, how close your adversaries are, and are important for policymakers to know viscerally.
So let's get into it. We having a conversation. I'm doing my research. I'm doing my thug thizzle. Double tap, hit the like button, man. We are scaling up outside of Iran. We are scaling up. Never before seen this type of scale up. Let's get into it.
Drunk, you accidentally run over a child. There's no possibility you could meaningfully advance in American life because people would say, we've forgiven you, Steve, but you did something that's so horrible.
Irresponsible. Right?
It's just horrible. It was a mistake. Yeah, it was a mistake, but it was horrible. We allowed the architects of the Iraq War, who gravely injured the United States, got all these people killed, Americans killed, to continue to advance. They were never held to account for what they did, ever, at all.
Well, and
they became the head of the World Bank. Like, how did we do that?
The specter of that is what we faced over the last 72 hours. This is exactly the same pitch as the Iraq War. Weapons of mass destruction.
Oh, I know.
You have to get it. So they understand one thing. They think the playbook works. This is why we have to stop it now. If we don't stop it now, it's going to work all the time. They think that playbook of lulling the American people to sleep and telling them there's these evil people that have to be taken down. And if they're taken down, everything's going to be fine after that. And that we face an apocalypse if that doesn't happen. They're running the Iraq War playbook over again with almost some of the same players, or at least the proteges, right, in the verticals of who those players were.
But why does institutional conservatism allow it? If Mike Pompeo shows up at the, Republican county of dinner in some state, like he's treated as, I was in a restaurant with him recently. Everyone's like, oh, Mike Pompeo. He's treated as like a legitimate person. No one has ever, the right does not hold its own people accountable on the most basic
level.
Well,
we say the right. The Republican Party is controlled opposition.
Double tap, hit the like button, man. They trying to go in on me. Double tap, hit the like button. We going in on this Iran thing, man. We going in on this Iran thing. Let's go. We keeping it going. This was a good one. This was a good one too. Let's bring it up. Let me just, can I get some, where's the volume at? Where is the volume? There we go.
you seek to topple?
How many people living around?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that
because if
relevant?
you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay,
It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a
saying
good
you don't
idea to kill
believe-
General Soleimani. And you said it was bad.
They're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe
we're
that...
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not
at all.
bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
This is
Israel.
high stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that
because if
relevant?
you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
What percent?
predominantly Shia. Okay,
It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who claims.
Let's keep it going, man. Let's keep it going, man. No. Press play. And we need some volume.
The facts. He's not an idiot, but he just hates the Jews. He prefaced his rant by saying, usually what you do is you do an interview and you let the interview stand on its own. But in this case, I'm going to frame the entirety of the interview for you, and I'm going to go on a huge rant about how terrible my experience was. Carlson making up a story that he was detained by Israeli security personnel, completely fake news.
Is there a country in the world where a higher percentage of the population has held a gun or shot someone? I mean, I don't know the answer, but this is a country famously waging a 7-front war with all of its neighbors, so this is also the country that bombed the USS Liberty, knowing, we know this from NSA intercepts, that it was an American ship.
He kept saying over and over again, I'm being accused of being an anti-Semite. I'm being accused of being a Nazi. Anybody that thought you were an anti-Semite before watching this video has only doubled down their views that Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite. And kept saying, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. I don't believe in killing children. I don't believe in war.
Every bit what Americans think. That's why Americans voted.
Question, how much does it matter what Americans think?
Well, it matters every bit what Americans think. That's why Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We want them to have that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support a war with Iran?
I don't know. Do you know?
I do. I think it's around, I saw the numbers yesterday. I think it was 21%.
Okay.
Is that enough to have a war with Iran?
We don't live in a world where you have a poll taken to find out whether our policy should be a particular direction. Because
I thought you just said that
that's direct democracy. No, we care deeply about it.
We care deeply about it in what sense? If we're ignoring it, then in what sense do we, quote, care deeply about it?
Well, I think we care deeply when we see there's a threat.
But you just said it matters deeply what Americans think. And if the overwhelming majority are against it, in what sense does it matter? Because what I hear is it matters what they think, but it really doesn't matter what they think because...
No, you take it in. You certainly ingest that.
And then what do you do with it once you ingest it?
Then you make sure that you have... No,
it goes out the other end, obviously.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Tucker.
What do you do once you ingest it? What do you do once you ingest that? Right? We talking about JD Vance getting handed the ball. JD Vance getting handed the ball on fraud and Iran. Let's talk about it.
The president has been as crystal clear as he could be. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. That would be the ultimate military objective if that's the route that he chose. That is, of course, what we're trying to accomplish, as the president said, through the preferred route of diplomacy. But it's very simple. We have to get to a position where Iran, the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, cannot threaten the world with nuclear terrorism. And it's very simple. I think most Americans understand that you can't let the craziest and worst regime in the world have nuclear weapons. That's what the president is accomplishing. That's what the president has set as our goal. He's going to try to accomplish it diplomatically. But as we all know, Bill, the president has a number of other tools at his disposal to ensure this doesn't happen. He's shown a willingness to use them, and I hope the Iranians take it seriously in their negotiations tomorrow, because that's certainly what the president prefers.
Does that mean the supreme leader has to go?
Well, again, I think the president ultimately will make the decision about how to ensure Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. But we're sitting down having another round of diplomatic talks to the Iranians, trying to reach a reasonable settlement, but a reasonable settlement towards what end? Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple, Bill. I think the supreme leader and everybody in their system should understand it. We've been crystal clear, and we're hopeful that we're able to come to a good resolution without the military. But if we have to use the military, the president, of course, has that right as well.
What y'all think, man? What y'all think, man? What y'all think, man? This is the news. This is the news. I got to give it to you, man. I got to give it to you. We are having the biggest buildup outside of America that we have seen in some time. We have seen the biggest buildup outside of Iran that we have seen in some time. And this is what's going on right now. So I just want to let you guys know. If you didn't know, now you know, right? Let's keep moving to another topic, man. Let's keep moving and grooving, man. Let's keep moving and grooving, man. Let's keep moving and grooving, man. I know that's kind of scary. I know that's kind of scary for you guys, man. I know that's kind of scary, man. That Iran shit ain't no joke, man. That Iran shit ain't no joke, man. Check this out, man. Let's get back into this shit, man. This is the Democrats are going to not be able to take advantage of the immigration issue. Actually doesn't bear itself out at the polling office, despite everything that's been going on. In fact, Democrats are in a worse position that they were in during Donald Trump's first term. When you take a look at immigration and you compare Republicans to Democrats, this is an issue that Republicans should really like. So a lot of times every day what we do here, Trump news, giving Democrats the blues. And this is something they just can't run from, man.
This, I think, is so important to note. After all the events in Los Angeles, after all the events in Minneapolis, after all the events of the last year on immigration, can Democrats actually take advantage on this issue? And a look at the polling suggests actually no, they're in a worse position than they were at this point during Donald Trump's first term. Take a look here. Trust which party more on immigration? In 2018, Democrats had an edge of about 6 points. You come over to this side of the screen now, look at that. Republicans are the ones who actually have an edge on immigration. So this whole idea that Democrats are going to be able to take advantage of the immigration group, of the immigration issue, actually doesn't bear itself out in the polling, despite everything that's been going on. In fact, Democrats are in worse position than they were during Donald Trump's first term.
Yeah, maybe they don't like what Donald Trump, the president, is doing, but they don't think Democrats will do a better job.
Correct. They think Democrats will do a worse job on immigration than Republicans.
All right. What about border security in general?
Okay, border security in general. So this is immigration at large. What about border security? Look at this. Look at these numbers. Hello, party trusted more in border security. Again, at this point, Trump's terms. Look at this. In 2018, Republicans had a 13-point advantage. If anything, the advantage is a little bit larger now. Republicans up by 15 points. So when you put it all together, you put immigration with border security and the idea that Democrats will be able to take the ball and run away on it, the polling data suggests No. This is actually an issue that Republicans should be more comfortable running on than Democrats. Democrats running on immigration may actually be to the Republicans' advantage.
What about when you compare President Trump with former President Biden?
Yeah, okay. So, we speak about President Trump's approval rating, right, on immigration not being as high as it once was. But I'll tell you who the heck it's a lot higher than at this point in his term. And that's the predecessor, Joe Biden. Look at this, approval on immigration at this point in presidency. Biden was at just 34%. Donald Trump looks a whole heck of a lot better when you compare him to the alternative at 45%. And this, I think, is the big takeaway from this segment, which is you can't just look at something in isolation. You have to compare it to the alternative. And in this particular case, when you take a look at immigration and you compare Republicans to the alternative Democrats, this is an issue that Republicans should really like, and President Trump should like the comparison to Joe Biden.
It's interesting. It may be that it's not as bad as a lot of people would like to think for Democrats, but it might be. The Republicans may not be as high as they were a couple years ago.
Correct. They're not necessarily as high as they were during Joe Biden's term, but they are much higher than they were during what I think is the correct comparison, which is during Donald Trump's first term.
Very good, Harriet, and thank you very much for that explanation.
Donald Trump kicking much butt again. Double tap hit the like button, man. Double tap hit the like button. 2026 is going to be a red wave. 2028, we doing great. You're watching the #1 podcast on YouTube, the #1 podcast for political and geopolitical debate. We still rocking and rolling, cooking and cracking right now, ricking and racking. I got more for you in store. Got my brother from another mother. You know I wasn't going to do a show without my brother from another mother, man. You know I wasn't going to do a show without my brother from another mother, Stephen A. Smith. Democrats, not to kill the messenger as he drops political reality bomb, right? Stephen A. Smith, brother from another mother, dropping bombs on your moms on the Perfect Time podcast. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's go.
Donald Trump, when he asked the question about cheering and asking about protecting American citizens and prioritizing them ahead of migrants, he set you up. He knew you weren't going to stand. He knew 73 of y'all were going to show up to other places and not show up to the State of the Union. He knew that a lot of Americans that were moderates on both sides of the aisle were going to look at y'all as being every bit as out of control as you claim he is. The difference is that he takes those positions and the heat that comes with it as the incumbent, the president in office. You couldn't keep him out. And he's making the claim that you hate him so much, you're devoid of objectivity, and you're devoid of thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America because you're too busy thinking about your own personal feelings and animus towards him. And every time you do that, he smiles and mocks you and has a field day. You played right into his hand. Don't come back at me and say F Stephen A. Smith or Stephen A. Smith is selling out or Stephen A. Smith is this way or that way. I'm just telling you what it is. Don't kill a messenger. Shape the message in a fashion that benefits you for once. The man has been playing y'all like a fiddle for 11 years now, and you still can't beat him. Damn! You keep falling right into his hands. And it's a damn shame. It truly, truly is.
I'm going to run it back. Shout out to Stephen A. Smith. I'm going to run it back.
Donald Trump, when he asked the question about cheering and asking about protecting American citizens and prioritizing them ahead of migrants. He set you up.
Sure did.
He knew you weren't going to stand.
What do I call it, y'all? What do I call it, y'all? 4D chess. It was 4D chess. I put it in the chat. Let me highlight my own comment. I'll highlight my own comment. 4D chess. He set you up. I said Donald Trump. I said this was the greatest State of the Union for so many reasons. Stephen A. is pointing out this one aspect. When I started, I said, Donald Trump, this was the greatest State of the Union for so many reasons. He put the Democrats back against the wall. A lot of you may have disagreed with me, but this is what I mean by Donald Trump put the Democrats back against the wall. This is not a Republican. Stephen A. Smith is not a Republican pundit. He's on your side. He's on the Democrats. He's on the left. He voted for Barack Obama. He voted for Kamala Harris. He voted for Joe Biden. I think he even said he never voted for Trump. I think Stephen A. Harris, he said, I've never voted for Trump. He's a Democrat, supported Kamala and Barack. This is what I mean when I say Trump put the Democrats back against the wall. And it's not coming from conservative media. It's coming from the Democratic liberal media. Everyone has to admit that they made a mistake by not standing up. They're going to have to speak to it to their constituency. Donald Trump played them again. And what I said as I started, as they're actually playing themselves. Donald Trump put the Democrats back against the wall. Donald Trump put J.D. Vance 2028 presidential aspirations on full display. Donald Trump passed the ball to J.D. Vance and said, J.D. Vance will get it done. Joe Biden never did that for Kamala Harris. This was the greatest State of the Union for so many different reasons. This is my brother, Stephen A. Smith, brother from another mother, breaking it all down on how Trump played them like a fiddle, bit by bit, beat by beat. On the Purge podcast, double tap at the like button. Stephen A. Smith, brother from another mother, play by play. Donald Trump, 4D chess. Democrats walk right into his trap. And now 2026 basically is a layup. Do you agree 2026 is a layup? They already were in the hole. The Democrats were already in the hole, right? Now it's even more dire. It's even more dire after this State of the Union. The Democrats have to dig themselves out of this hole. You got Tim Walz stepping down, Nancy Pelosi stepping down, Jasmine Crockett losing her seat. There's a lot of work to be done. I don't see it being done, but I do see the Democrats. I do see the Republicans constantly making the correct moves and the Democrats constantly making the wrong calculated step. I even read today from Kamala Harris' book that the Democrats show poor strategy. It's not even partisan. This is Stephen A. Smith not being partisan, calling out his own party. Stephen A. Smith calling out his own party.
Donald Trump, when he asked the question about cheering and asking about protecting American citizens and prioritizing them ahead of migrants, he set you up. He knew you weren't going to stand. He knew 73 of y'all were going to show up to other places and not show up to the State of the Union. He knew that a lot of Americans that were moderates on both sides of the aisle were going to look at y'all as being every bit as out of control as you claim he is. The difference is that he takes those positions and the heat that comes with it as the incumbent, the president in office. You couldn't keep him out. And he's making the claim that you hate him so much, you're devoid of objectivity, and you're devoid of thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America because you're too busy thinking about your own personal feelings and animus towards him.
What do we call that, chat? TDS.
And every time you do that, he smiles and mocks you and has a field day. You played right into his hand. Don't come back at me and say F Stephen A. Smith, or Stephen A. Smith is selling out, or Stephen A. Smith is this way or that way. I'm just telling you what it is. Don't kill a messenger. Shape the message in a fashion that benefits you for once. The man has been playing y'all like a fiddle for 11 years now, and you still can't beat him. Damn! You keep falling right into his hands. And it's a damn shame. It truly, truly is.
I agree. Stephen A. Smith dropping them bombs, man. Stephen A. Smith dropping them bombs, man. Democrats panicking big time. Democrats panicking big time. Let's show the Democrats. They got to deal with, it's not me. This is Democrats agreeing they dug a hole for themselves. They dug a hole. They fell for Trump's trap. And now you dug a hole for yourself for 2026 and 2028. And you should have been building for 2028. Instead, you're building hate. Hate is not going to generate the votes. And you know that.
The president was setting up Democrats in a really simple and easy way. They shouldn't have fallen for it. It seems pretty easy to stand up and say, actually, no, I support American people first. That is where I stand. And we can have a nuanced conversation afterwards if you want about illegal immigration. But they walked into that trap because it was so easy to set.
Well, but that's not true. I mean, I stand for
Democrats did not stand.
I stand for Americans over non-citizens, and so do all of my colleagues. But just because it's not the Galactic Senate, just because the Emperor says rise doesn't mean I get up. Like I'm a different. I'm a different branch of government. I rose for the heroes that were in the gallery, not because the president.
But not for the other point. I mean, you rose because and. Thank you for rising. I think in those cases that this is an easy moment to be united, whether it's around Team USA or it's around any of the people who were featured there. But that's sending a message that you agree with the statement or the sentiment, and you chose not to stand.
Well, I'm sure if Joe Biden told the Republicans to rise, they would have left from their.
But to that point, doesn't that happen at every single State of the Union address? The president says something innocuous. The party that is the opposite party doesn't stand. That happens every single year.
Yeah, but I don't feel like
understand
this.
why
I
we're
don't feel like
pretending
these
like this is
shouting
some kind of
matches.
And that's the best you could do is try to downplay this. And do they think that's going to work? The best you got is to downplay the debacle. That's the best you got. Because it's not just the fact, keep in mind, everybody, it's not just the fact that they didn't stand up. It's that Omar had the nerve to scream and yell and call the president a criminal and a murderer. It's not a vacuum. Don't leave out the proper context now, CNN. Don't forget that your favorite Democratic darling yelled and screamed after being gifted this American citizenship and being gifted this great American life. She wants to call the American president and actually her boss a criminal and a murderer. So you guys made it a viral moment. This is the thing about the Democrats. You made it a viral moment. You made it a viral moment by not being able to control yourself, by not having decorum, by not having good character and ethics. You made it a viral moment. When Ilhan Omar acted like a child, a hysterical individual, uncontrollable, Donald Trump described them as bulging eyes. Donald Trump said they looked it insane. Donald Trump said she needs to be put on a boat and she needs to go back where she comes from. You made it a viral moment. You want to say, oh, doesn't this happen every time? Yes, that happens every time. But you know what doesn't happen every time? The viral moment that Ilhan Omar created when she could not control herself. That's why we're talking about it. It's just sad that you don't get it. It's just sad that you don't get it, and this is why you lose. You trying to downplay it, but it was a viral moment in a social media environment. So you can't downplay a viral moment whether you want to or not.
The president was setting up Democrats in a really simple and easy way. They shouldn't have fallen for it. It seems pretty easy to stand up and say, actually, no, I support American people first. That is where I stand. And we can have a nuanced conversation afterwards if you want about illegal immigration. But they walked into that trap because it was so easy to set.
Well, but that's
on
not
them.
true. I mean, I stand for
Most Democrats did not stand.
I stand for Americans over non-citizens, and so do all of my colleagues. But just because it's not the Galactic Senate, just because the Emperor says rise doesn't mean I get up. Like I'm a
Well, you
different.
rose sometimes,
I'm a different branch of government. I rose for the heroes that were in the gallery, not because the
But
president
not for
told me
the
to
other
rise.
point. I mean, you rose because, and thank you for rising. I think in those cases that this is an easy moment to be united, whether it's around Team USA or it's around any of the people who were featured there. But that's sending a message that you agree with the statement or the sentiment, and you chose not to stand.
Well, I'm sure if Joe
on the other
Biden told
points.
Republicans to rise, they would have
Doesn't
left
I think
from
the-
their.
I think
But to that point,
okay.
doesn't that happen at every single State of the Union address? The president says
point.
something innocuous. The party that is the opposite party doesn't stand. That happens every single year.
Yeah, but I don't feel like
understand
this.
why
I
we're
don't feel like
pretending
these
like this is
shouting
some kind of new
matches.
thing.
Again, it's viral because your senator, your congresswoman couldn't control herself. That's what made it viral. That's what made it viral. And why do you keep losing? Why do you keep losing? Let me show you why you keep losing. Listen to this. Listen to this kid try to tell a black woman it's hard to get an ID. You can't make this up. Listen to this. This is what the Democrats do. Make everything racial, make everything partisan, despite what 80% of the American people want.
We all agree on that point. I just think that the reality is that an act like the SAVE Act is very likely more aimed at voter suppression and at keeping key demographics that the Republican Party does not want voting to not show out and vote. I think very often minority demographics.
That's not true.
So this is the thing where
That's
the
not true.
suggestion is it's going to keep the black vote down. I've got two black panelists here. Ajwa,
That's not
do you have
true.
ID and proof of citizenship?
Yeah, and if I need a copy of my birth certificate, it's just a matter of going online or going up to the department and asking for it and showing my information to get it. I mean, to say that it would negatively affect a minority group because they're somehow not educated enough to get these documents is completely outrageous.
Annie?
In my opinion, this should not be a controversial issue. We should.
We all agree on that point. I just think that the reality is that an act like the SAVE Act is very likely more aimed at voter suppression and at keeping key demographics that the Republican Party does not want voting to not show out and vote. I think very often minority demographics.
That's not true.
So this is the thing.
You're scared. Say it. Don't be scared. Key demographics. What demographics, Mike? Say it. Say it. Say it. Say black. Say it. Say it.
Where
That's
the
not true.
suggestion is it's going to keep the black vote down. I've got two black panelists here. Ajwa,
That's not
do you
true.
have ID and proof of citizenship?
Yeah, and if I need a copy of my birth certificate, it's just a matter of going online or going up to the department and asking for it and showing my information to get it. I mean, to say that it would negatively affect a minority group because they're somehow not educated enough to get these documents is completely outrageous.
Annie?
In my opinion, this should not be a controversial issue. We should.
We all agree on that point. I just think that the reality is that an act like
Completely outrageous to suggest that to say these racial things, Jim Crow 2.0 and all this bullshit is completely outrageous. Completely, like Kim Possible. Completely outrageous. You should be ashamed of yourself for propagating such bullshit. Let's take a look at this right here. Breaking: Target has paid $10 million to exit their lease in Minneapolis following months-long sustained protests by leftists across Minnesota in which they occupy stores and office spaces in an attempt to force the demands on the company. Target pays $110 to end lease in downtown Minneapolis Center, which is now for sale. So that didn't work out well. This is what you voted for. Look at her face. That didn't work out, did it, Democrats? Oh shit, this is what you voted for.
Hi, Brian. My name is Pastor Martha Bardwell, and
I'm here with a bunch of clergy in the lobby of corporate headquarters. We are waiting here to speak with you.
Is this the right Brian Cornell?
You're out of town here. I'm putting you on speakerphone so we can all hear you. Go ahead.
I am out of town right now and heading into a meeting, but I know our local group is going to be happy to talk to you. So thanks.
Okay, can we get you on Zoom? Can we get you on Zoom after that meeting?
Sorry, I've got to run.
We're in total crisis over here in Minnesota. We really need to talk with you.
No, it's really, is it?
Brian Cornell.
Hi, Brian. My name is Pastor Martha Bardwell, and I'm here with a bunch of clergy in the lobby of corporate headquarters. We are waiting here to speak with you.
Is this the right Brian Cornell?
You're out of town here. I'm putting you on speakerphone so we can all hear you. Go ahead.
I am out of town right now and heading into a meeting, but I know our local group is going to be happy to talk to you. So thanks.
Okay, can we get you on Zoom? Can we get you on Zoom after that meeting?
Sorry, I've got to run.
We're in total crisis over here in Minnesota. We really need to talk with you.
No, it's really, is it?
Brian Cornell.
Hi.
Didn't work out, did it, Democrats? Didn't work out, did it, Democrats? Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Hey, hey, hey. MAGA. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. MAGA. Everybody at home. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. MAGA. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. MAGA. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. MAGA. FBI Director Kash Patel fires 10 employees over Mar-a-Lago probe subpoenas. The firings targeted agents and staff who pulled toll records from Patel and Walz, then private Trump allies interview as witnesses in special counsel Jack Smith 2022-2023 probe into classified documents at Trump Mar-a-Lago. Patel called the subpoenas outrageous, noting they were buried in prohibited case files to evade oversight, a practice he has now ended. Reactions split sharply. Supporters held accountability, while the FBI agents associated decried the moves as unlawful and a risk to national security and expertise. Oh man, Kash Patel breaking the blue line for Donald Trump. Breaking news, FBI Director Kash Patel just fired 10 deep state agents involved with seizing the phone records of Kash Patel and now White House Chief of Staff Susie Walz before the Trump began his second term. Oh, wow, man, they did this to him? You should have known he was going to come after you, man. Kash Patel breaking the blue line to protect Trump and really protect his own ass. You know what I'm saying? But we love Kash Patel. Let's do it.
FBI Director Kash Patel out with an allegation that the prior FBI obtained his phone records, and not only his. What can you tell us about that?
Right, this has been breaking in the last hour or so. We are told that, according to Kash Patel, the FBI director, the prior bureau leadership obtained his phone records and phone records to current White House Chief of Staff Susie Walz back in 2022 and 2023. This eventually led into the Jack Smith special counsel investigation into then former President Donald Trump. We're told that some of these records are just toll records, which don't have specific information other than times and dates. They don't have the actual content of calls. But two sources in the FBI say that Susie Walz's attorney agreed to be recorded by FBI agents in 2023. She did not agree. We've reached out to her for comment. FBI Director Patel, in a statement to Fox News, calls this outrageous and deeply disturbing. And I will add, Brett, that we are told at least 10 Bureau employees have been fired just today over this incident, with more potentially to come. Brett?
Okay, we'll continue to
Double tap, hit the like button.
FBI Director Kash Patel out with an allegation that the prior FBI obtained his phone records, and not only his. What can you tell us about that?
Brett, this has been breaking in the last hour or so. We are told that, according to Kash Patel, the FBI director,
is this Operation Arctic Frost? How many of you know about Operation Arctic Frost? So Kash Patel, I don't know if you've been following this, but we had a rogue FBI under Obama, under Biden, and they not only in this, it seems like this second term, they were going after Trump, but in this first administration, Obama, and this is what Tulsi Gabbard is going after Obama for. Let me see if I can find a short video. Tulsi Gabbard going after Obama. Let me see if I can find. As of 2020, Tulsi Gabbard, serving as Director of National Intelligence, has accused President Obama and his administration officials of engaging in treasonous conspiracy to undermine the 2016 election and Donald Trump presidency. Right? So that Tulsi Gabbard, and she not letting up. She not letting up. Right? So I don't know how much y'all know about this, but let's get into it. Let's get into it.
Majority staff report that was produced in September of 2020. The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration.
And now we have this. And now we have, just to give you background, now we have this.
FBI Director Kash Patel out with an allegation that the prior FBI obtained his phone records, and not only his. What can you tell us about that?
Brett, this has been breaking in the last hour or so. We are told that, according to Kash Patel, the FBI director, the prior bureau leadership obtained his phone records and phone records to current White House Chief of Staff Susie Walz back in 2022 and 2023. This eventually led into the Jack Smith special counsel investigation into then former President Donald Trump. We're told that some of these records are just toll records, which don't have specific information other than times and dates. They don't have the actual content of calls. But two sources in the FBI say that Susie Walz's attorney agreed to be recorded by FBI agents in 2023. She did not agree. We've reached out to her for comment. FBI Director Patel, in a statement to Fox News, calls this outrageous and deeply disturbing. And I will add, Brett, that we are told at least 10 Bureau employees have been fired just today over this incident, with more potentially to come. Brett?
Okay, we'll continue to.
And this is what it's all about right here. This is the same thing.
Staff report that was produced in September of 2020. The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration. We're here today because the American people deserve the truth, they deserve accountability, and they deserve justice.
I agree. I agree. We deserve accountability and we deserve justice. Hey, baby, let me plug this up. How you doing?
Good, going to get the kids. How you doing?
Good. I need to shut down. I'm still live. Got you on the live.
Oh, okay.
Say hi to everybody.
What's up, Perfect Timing family? Thank you for all the love and support. We appreciate you. Make sure you hit the like button, share, and subscribe to podcast Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Hey. That's Mrs. Perfect Timing Podcast right there, everybody. Shout out to you. Okay.
I'm going to get the kids and we're going straight to Taekwondo.
Okay, what's for dinner? I'm starving. I haven't ate all day.
I don't know. I'm hungry too. I haven't thought about it. What do you want?
I don't know because I didn't take nothing out.
Huh?
I didn't take nothing out.
Okay, well, think about it. Let me know.
Okay. What's today? Thursday?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Friday, we do fish on Friday.
Yeah.
I'm excited about that, so I don't want to do that tonight. So I'm going to get some fish tomorrow.
Okay.
I want to get some cod.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Maybe you could call around and see who got that bag of cod that I like.
Okay.
We can go pick it up.
Okay, I can do that.
How my bracelet look?
Huh?
How my bracelet look?
Nice.
Hey.
Very nice.
I don't know if they can see it. But okay, baby, I love you. Hit me back.
Love you too. All right. All right.
Bye. Hit me off. Hit me off. Come on, baby. You drive me crazy. Hit me off. Come on, baby. You drive me crazy. Hit me off. She reminds me of a movie queen, just like in a magazine. Hit me off. Hit me off. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Y'all know. I see New Edition live. Live, all the way live, man. Y'all don't know nothing about that New Edition, man. That's when New Edition came back together, man. That's Bobby Brown and Johnny Gill, man. That's Bobby Gill, man. You know what I mean? Ralph Trash, man. You know what I'm saying? Hit me up. Yeah, come on, you gotta do this, man. This is the 90s, man. Anybody from the 90s, hit me up. You gotta we was hitting quarters in the club, man. We was hitting the quarters. Hit me up. Hit me up. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know nothing about that, man. Hit me up. That's that new edition, man. That's that new edition, man. Hey, I don't know what I was doing the other day, man. But I was doing something, man. And I played that new edition. We not gonna play it, man, because we not gonna risk the copyright strike. But I was doing something and somebody said hit me off. And I put on that new edition, man. That shit was slapping. Everybody at home that's my age, if you grew up to that Candy Girl, get on that new edition, man. Get on that new edition, man. Hit me up. Somebody said, I support Tulsi for everything she does, and I would definitely vote for her for president. I would love. Fact, she has a military background. So I like this comment. I'm going to highlight this comment. My wife already told me that was the boss. Mrs. Perfect Time, she's the boss. Who's the boss? Tony Danza. She is Sicilian, too. My wife is Sicilian. So I got to get off. But I want to address this comment, man. So what I've said is that Trump in the State of the Union did a great job handing Vance the mantle. He said J.D. Vance will get it done. That's setting J.D. Vance up for victory in 2028. But what I've also said is a lot of people want Vance Rubio. Mark Rubio comes with, J.D. Vance is new to politics, right? So J.D. Vance doesn't have this history that Mark Rubio had. Mark Rubio leaves a bitter taste in a lot of people's mouth. Mark Rubio is not this. Mark Rubio is akin to like nominating a Kamala, right? I'm a conservative Republican, but I want to be strategic. And sometimes there's too many white men with their small penises who think they get to pick the rules, right? And the Republican Party is broader than just white men with your small penises, right? So if we're being strategic, we have to be honest about Mark Rubio's political history, right? He brings baggage. He would bring baggage to a debate. He brings baggage to an interview. Mark Rubio is not just this cabinet post. He's a career politician like a Gavin Newsom. I'm not poo-pooing Mark. Like, just be honest. Don't be this insecure white male. That's what the Democrats do, and that's why the Democrats lose. Take race out of it. Think about it strategically. Mark Rubio has a history. He is a career politician. It hasn't always been great. It hasn't always been great. I believe Mark Rubio taints a J.D. Vance, who doesn't bring this history of being a quote-unquote politician into 2026 and 2028 politics. J.D. Vance doesn't have this stain. Trump doesn't have the stain of a politician. Trump is not a politician. Trump is a businessman and a billionaire. Mark Rubio is a career politician. We're talking about strategic, and I'm highlighting Tulsi Gabbard. So if we're being strategic and we're taking out race and how much white men want to be in charge, then you put Gabbard, because they're both military background. I like the fact that both Gabbard and Vance are veterans. We talked today about veterans, about POWs. Now they both have executive experience. With Vance being the VP and Gabbard being the Secretary of National Defense, they both bring this unique executive experience. It would be impossible to beat by any Democrat, because you don't have a female other than Kamala with that level of executive experience. You got to go to Kamala or Clinton, and they're both tainted. They're done. Clinton was the secretary. Kamala was the vice president. Other than that, you got Governor Holcomb in New York. That qualifies as executive experience. You have Spamberger in Virginia. We're hearing thoughts that Spamberger, she is forced to run. Why? This is for those of you who don't understand politics. Why is she forced to run? Because of this argument I'm making about executive experience in females. Everyone knows America wants a woman, right? But what women have executive experience that can compete with Tulsi now that she's gotten this cabinet position. You got to go to a governor or someone who's been in the White House. That's the only thing that qualifies, or a senator. That's the only thing that qualifies as executive experience prepared for the job. Kamala never was prepared for the job. Kamala never was prepared for the job. Kamala never was prepared for the job. She didn't bring the executive experience to the office. She didn't know what was going to happen. We don't want that to happen again, Democrat or Republican. We don't want a woman who's not prepared. We need a woman who has the executive experience prepared for the office. No, fuck you with that. No liberals want a woman. Fuck you with that. I'm going to block you right now. Fuck that with no liberals want a woman. It ain't no, fuck that. That's what's going to make us lose. Fuck all that stupid shit. It ain't about liberals want a woman, stupid dummy. There are more women in America. Some men are just dumb, and a lot of them are white men. You know what I'm saying? Just to say it. They're just dumb and fucking pussy. There are more women than men in America. This is about numbers. It's about demographics. It's about shifting climate in America. Just fucking wake up, bro. Stop being a stupid-ass dickhead man. Take your thumb out of your ass and stop being a dickhead man. Right? It's the women's turn. Women want to be in charge. Women want to be in politics, and the American people are tired of white male leaders. We're tired of white men leading everything, controlling everything. Are you not paying attention to the protests? Are you not paying attention? So strategically, focusing on only running 2 white men is strategically not intelligent. You're not paying attention to the climate. You're not paying attention to the climate. You're not paying attention to the protests. You're not paying attention to the anger. Right? Strategically. And let me be honest with this too. Vance and Rubio would win. The Democrats are in such a fucked up place. Vance and Rubio would win. They would probably squeak by. But fucking Vance and Gabbard, see, I would never vote for Rubio for president. I don't know, a lot of conservatives who are saying Vance Rubio are not thinking that Rubio would run for president, and you would be like, fuck. Then that's the deep state back in the White House. Rubio owes too many favors. He's been a politician too fucking long. He has skeletons. If he becomes president, that's the fucking deep state back in the fucking White House. Trump is not a politician. Trump is not deep state. Trump don't owe motherfucking favors. But Gabbard vice president, Gabbard, who knows that she has to watch the government with one eye. Gabbard, who was a veteran. Gabbard, who knows how the government fucked over veterans. She talked about it. She almost lost her political career, but Trump gave her an alley-oop. Now she's viable again. She was so honest about how fucked up the government was, she almost lost her political career. Trump gave her an alley-oop. Gabbard is the motherfucker I would love to see in the White House. Because of her opinion of the government. She knows that this is a great country, but she knows how fucked up the government could be if not run properly by the right people, because she got fucked over by the government as a veteran. I would love Gabbard as president. So I would love her as vice president under Vance, setting her up to run for president. But I think a lot of the white men are too insecure. I think Vance may be too young and may be too insecure because Gabbard is so qualified. He may be afraid that she won't stay there the whole 8 years. So this gets into complicated shit, brothers and sisters. This is big boy shit. This is big boy shit. Because I honestly, I don't know if I would be mad at Vance. I don't know if I would be mad at Vance in Vance's age if he came to me and said, you know what, everything you said is correct, but Tulsi is a motherfucking behemoth. I'm going to pick her for my VP. And I don't know what I say back to Vance. I don't know what I say back to Vance, right? Because Tulsi may be a better politician. That may be Tulsi. That may fuck her off. That she's a better politician than Vance. So what do I say to Vance? If Vance says to me, hey, yo, Dennis, you're correct. Strategically, it would be better to pick a woman than 2 white men. But Tulsi is a fucking behemoth. She's gorgeous. She's tall. She's intelligent, well-spoken. She's taller than me, Dennis. I stand next to Tulsi. This is a woman. I don't think I want to stand next to Tulsi. Now, what do I say? What do I say to JD when he says this to me? How do I convince him? Because he's right. This is an intelligent man saying this to me. Brother, you're right. 2 white men, 2026, after everything in the protest in 2028, 2 white men is not the most strategic way to go. If we did a man and a woman, that definitely would speak to the voice of the people and their anger. But that means I have to stand next to Tulsi Gabbard. This is big boy talk. This is big boy talk. She's Marvel Comics Rogue hot. She's tall. She has broad shoulders. In stature compared to JD Vance, they when they make fun of JD Vance, they make him look like Tattoo. The plane. Hey Trump. Hey boss. Let me look it up right now. Fuck all that conjecture. Let's look it up right now. Who is taller? Because it fucking matters, brothers and sisters. JD or Tulsi. This bitch might have to wear flats. Right? When you running a campaign, JD is 6'2", Tulsi is 5'5". Okay, we got this. Y'all. JD is 6'2", Tulsi is 5'5". We got this. So she probably wears 4 or 5 inch heels, and when we see her, she looks 6 feet tall, right? With her heels on, because she always has a suit on and heels, right? So even if she wear pumps 2 or 3 inches, she's damn near 6 feet tall, right? Tulsi, you got to wear flats, baby. Straight up. I love you to death. You got to wear flats, baby. And JD, you got to start lifting weights. JD, you got to bulk up and standing next to that big old pretty bitch, man. You're going to have to bulk up, JD. Straight up. I need you to bulk up, and Tulsi, you got to wear flats, and that's the dynamic duo. That's the dynamic duo, brothers and sisters. That's the dynamic duo. JD and Gabbard. JD and Gabbard. Straight up. That's the dynamic duo that cannot be beat. But that's my 2 cents, y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 1 p.m. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Thank you, everybody, for subscribing. We got 11,000 subscribers, you guys. We got 11,000 subscribers, you guys. I want to say a thank you. I love you. Join the channel, subscribe, hit the plus sign, become a member. I got a Somalian special right now. I said you could join my channel for less than it costs to feed a starving Somalian. For 10 cents a day, you could feed a starving African Somalian. Yeah, you could do that fake shit, or you could join my channel, man. You could feed a starving Somalian, you could join my channel. When you subscribe, they give you a plus sign. Hit that plus sign. I got a special right now. I think it's $2.99. $2.99 a month, $2 a month, less than 10 cents a day. $2-3 a month to become a member. You could do the $10 membership. However you feel so inclined to support the channel. I appreciate all the support. I love and thank all of you. Price of a cup of coffee. That's what they used to say in the commercial. You could feed a starving African. And then we gave these motherfuckers access to Minnesota. We gave these motherfuckers welfare. And these motherfuckers stole from us. Somalian fucking pirates, bro. Donald Trump is the greatest fucking president ever to live. God bless America. God bless Trump. God bless the United States. God bless the chat. God bless all the subscribers and the members. God bless Charlie Kirk. The memory of Charlie Kirk. God bless Jesse Jackson. The memory of Jesse Jackson. I love you all. I love America. America first. God bless Jesse Jackson's children. God bless Charlie Kirk's children. You know what I said to my wife the other day? All this shit about Charlie Kirk. You know what pisses me off? Charlie Kirk didn't die from a heart attack. Charlie Kirk was shot from a high-powered rifle and murdered in front of us. He was assassinated in front of us. So all you motherfuckers who are pissed off at Candace, just remember, Charlie Kirk didn't die of a heart attack. He was fucking shot in front of us. They fucking wanted us to see it. They wanted it to fuck with us. So fuck you. That's the worst part about this whole thing. Charlie Kirk didn't die from a heart attack. He didn't fall asleep. When his kids grow up, they're going to have to see a video of him being shot. Growing up in the inner city, I'm going to tell you one thing. A lot of white people may not know. It is fucking traumatizing to lose someone you love to gunshot violence. Senseless gunshot violence when they should be alive. A lot of white Americans don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's different when your grandmother is sick or even a fucking car accident. But when you lose a loved one to fucking gunshot violence and they supposed to fucking be here, bro, a drive-by, a party, someone got angry and they start shooting a fucking gun at the club and someone you love loses their life over gunshot violence, bro. He didn't have a heart attack, bro. He didn't have a heart attack. That's what I told my wife last night because she know I love Charlie Kirk. And I love those kids. And all these people be talking this shit. That's what I want to say to them. He didn't fucking die of a heart attack. He didn't fucking die. He was shot by a high-powered rifle from a fucking sniper. That fucking gives context. God bless you, Jack. God bless you and yours and your loss. Jack, I love you for being here and sharing your story and your testimony. You didn't have to share that. God bless you. God bless. God rest his soul. Thank you, and I love you for sharing your testimony. Yeah, man. People be talking shit, talking about fuck Candace. You know what they forget? Charlie Kirk didn't die of a heart attack. Charlie Kirk died from a rifle. One shot. You know what I did my Charlie Kirk story? You know what people never talk about? It's the same thing with Nancy Guthrie. You know what the perspective, you guys know I'm intelligent, right? And I come at things from a counter narrative. You know what I looked up with Charlie Kirk? I said, how many assassinations have there been since the world was created? How many of you know the answer? It's only like 230 assassinations. So I said, okay, out of these assassinations, how many of them have been successful? 30% had kills. I'm like, damn. I thought it would be thousands of assassinations. It's not. It's only a couple hundred assassinations. And out of that couple hundred, only a percentage of them. Because remember, Ronald Reagan got shot. He wasn't murdered. Donald Trump got shot. He wasn't murdered. There are assassinations attempts. So only 30% of the assassination attempts that we've forever since the world was started have been successful. Got to be more than that. That's what the fuck I said. So I said, okay, given those numbers, how likely is it for someone to assassinate Charlie Kirk with this rifle with one bullet and then get away? And you know what the AI told me? And I said, give me the percentage numbers for both a professional like 007, a professional assassin, and then a layman like the person they told us. So they said 9 to 10%. It's 10%. It's like the 10% percentile that 007 would be able to kill Charlie Kirk with one bullet and get away. 10% of the people with a 007 skill set would be able to do this. And that's based on real life, how many assassinations, how many successful assassinations, how many assassinations actually kill the intended person. If it was 007, someone trained to assassinate somebody, only 10% of those people would be able to kill Charlie Kirk with one bullet and get away. I said, wait a minute. So what's the percentage of someone like Tyler Robinson? What's the percentage? Because remember when I talked about Nancy Guthrie, I said it takes a crook. I used to be a piece of shit. It takes a crook. So I wanted to know someone like Tyler Robinson, a layperson, who's just a homosexual furry. What's the percentages that he could kill Charlie Kirk with one bullet and get away? Evade police because he turned himself in. The percentages go down to zero. And this is what no one talks about. I want you to do the math yourself. I think it's like maybe 200 and something. How many? I'm going to ask the Google right now. How many assassinations have there been? They don't like when you do this type of research, I'm going to tell you right now. So it's saying thousands of people are assassinated annually worldwide, often in silence without global media coverage. .600 assassination attempts. Many leaders have survived plots. Fidel Castro famously holds the record for surviving estimated 638 attempts on his life. So I've asked a different AI, so key goal numbers: 59 successful assassinations of national leaders. So this is important, you guys. When Charlie Kirk, this is just a little sidebar. This is just, if you subscribe to my channel and you love me, then you're gonna love this. If you're a member of my channel and you love me, then you know. And if you were thinking about it and you want to know how my brain thinks, this is how my brain thinks. 59 key global numbers. 59 successful assassinations of national leaders, presidents, prime ministers, etc., have occurred since 1875. 954 people were killed in 758 separate political assassination attacks between 1946 and 2013. 298 serious attempts on lives of world leaders have been recorded since 1875. That probably was a number that I got earlier. 2,700 cases of assassination and attempts, including local officials and activists, are tracked in the Global Assassination Monitor. U.S. specific numbers: 4 sitting presidents, 15 have been successfully assassinated. 15 U.S. presidents have been the target of at least one assassination attempt or plot while in office. 638 were reportedly survived by computer. Okay. What percentage of attempts were successful? Success rates, historical plots. Do you want to keep diving assassination teaser? Yes. What is the percentage of success? Because this matters when you look at Tyler Kirk. Firearms most effective. Guns are the most common weapon used roughly in 72% of all recorded assassinations. They are also the most successful method. Explosives, high failure rate, accidents, high secrecy. Historically, contrived accidents like falls, population factor, outcome shift. A successful assassination of an autocrat makes country 13% more likely. Modern check-in. So it's not giving me what percentage. Let's go, man. Let's go. AI, help me out, man. The AI be fighting with you, man. The AI be fighting with you, man. Research from the National Bureau, MIT, indicates roughly 20 to 22% of assassination attempts on world leaders were successful. This matters. Overall failure rate, approximately 75% to 80% of all serious attempts on world leaders fail. And it was not easy to get that information, right? It was not easy to dig and get that information. They don't want to give you that information. Right now, the computer model is wondering, the AI model is wondering, why is this black guy asking these intelligent questions? It knew what I wanted. The AI is smarter than me. It knew what I wanted. I've done this research before. It knew the information I was looking for. It does not readily give out the information. It doesn't want to give it to you. I'm presenting to you an argument about Tyler Robinson and the likelihood that he was able to successfully pull off what they told us he pulled off. And so, and when I did my research, I just wanted to know how many assassinations. And are you surprised at the small amount of number of assassinations of leaders? Because we have a Charlie Kirk Day, because these can be considered like a president. They call it a political assassination. So we have to put it in that small number of political assassinations, right? And there's also the style in which he was murdered that we put it in that small category of political assassinations. So we put it in the category of political assassinations, and then we find out it's a small number of people. And then so we ask the AI, what percentage have been successful? And AI tells me only 20 to 25%. It knew what I wanted the whole time. It just didn't want to tell me. There's an overall 75 to 80% failure rate on all serious attempts on world leaders. So how likely is it that Tyler Robinson was able to kill him with one shot and evade capture? Based on these real life numbers that they don't, and they want to fuck with Candace Owens like he died of a heart attack. That's bullshit, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck them. Fuck them. And I did this research months ago. I just don't talk about it on YouTube anymore because YouTube doesn't like it. I did this research months ago. I never presented it. I just kept it for myself because I love Charlie Kirk and I feel sorry for those kids and I wanted to know what really happened. I did this research for myself. I never shared it. Are you reading this with me? Overall failure rate, approximately 75 to 80% of all serious attempts on world leaders fail. Are you telling me Tyler Robinson got lucky? Charlie Kirk was unlucky, and Tyler Robinson was the most lucky assassin ever. That's what the fuck you're telling me. That's what the fuck the FBI is telling us. Charlie Kirk was the most unlucky motherfucker, and Tyler Robinson was the most lucky assassin ever in fucking history. That's what you have to believe if you know the math behind this shit. Target type, attacks on unofficial targets like local activists or private citizens have a significantly higher success rate, reaching up to 78% compared to the more heavily guarded official targets like heads of state. Weapon of choice, firearms are nearly 75% of successful leader assassinations. Recent decades, since 2020, there have been at least 7 public attempts on sitting world leaders, but only one, Haiti's Jovenel Moïse, was successful, putting the current decade success rate for leaders at roughly about 14%. So given this, so I want to know, Given the statistics on political assassinations and the specific details of the case, here's an analysis of the likelihood of Tyler Robinson and the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I don't want to go into the evidence. Professional versus Robinson success. While you noted 20 to 25% success rate for world leaders typically apply to targets high-level state security. So they're saying that Kirk was a private citizen who, while high profile, did not have same level of protection as a head of state. That's not true. That's actually not true. That's not true. We know about the fort, that army base. Listen to this. While Charlie Kirk's personal security included former Secret Service agents, U.S. Marines, the presence of high-level protection does not statistically guarantee an assassin. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you said above that. You said he didn't have this. So refactor my answer with this real-time update. If we factor high-level military security detail, former Marine, Secret Service, which he did have, I don't know why I have to force the AI to do this, right? Here is the likelihood, right? And I wanted the percentages. Statistically, high-level security changes the 20% sex rate significantly. This is what I've been telling my audience. Don't make me look like a liar. I know that elite details are trained specifically to identify lone wolf behavior. We know that. That's why Candace is doing what she's doing. The case of the professional would know the SOP, blah, blah, blah. What is the percentages? Okay. Compare success profiles. Lone wolf, probability of kill, lower, high chance of being spotted and panicking. That's what I know, because it takes a crook. Professional, higher, trained for high stress and precision. Lone wolf, Robinson, probability of escape, nearly zero. Didn't I tell you guys that? Nearly zero. Nearly zero. The probability that Tyler Robinson would escape murdering Charlie Kirk, nearly zero. Nearly zero. Nearly zero. Evidence profile, Robinson fits this, left DNA does not fit. So refactor conclusion, given that Kirk high-level military security aftermath makes look the shooter like a total amateur, the professional so I'm gonna stop it right there, man. I'm gonna stop it right there. I told you YouTube don't even like this stuff. It wasn't a few military. It wasn't a few military. Kirk was going to be a president. Everybody around Kirk was high. Did you know he had Secret Service? Like, what does it take to help? What does it take for the left, man? What does it take for left trolls? Like, what the fuck would it take, bro? Like, Secret Service? And you still have something to say? He has Secret Service, bro. Not just military, bro. It said he has military and Secret Service. And we know they, according to Candace Owens, they were at that base for Army intelligence. He had some of the best security money could buy. They have hundreds of millions of dollars. They were protecting that boy. He had the best security money could buy. Better than the president. Better than the congressperson. Y'all remember Trump had multiple assassination attempts because Biden refused to give him Secret Service detail. Do y'all remember when they were playing those partisan games? They took away Trump's protection and they took away his secret. They said people running for president, it doesn't fucking matter if he used to be president. People running for president don't get Secret Service. That's what they said about Trump. He had better security. Charlie Kirk had better security. But you don't know. You don't care. You just want to be a dick. You just want to troll and be a dick. And that's why he's dead. That's why he's dead. Too many stupid asses. God bless his soul. God bless those kids. America first. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Like, share, and subscribe. I really do love you guys. I really do love my country. God bless America. God bless Kirk. God bless the president. I really do love you guys. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you for 11,000 subscribers. Thank you for your support and your love. We on a journey. We're on a journey to 100,000 subscribers. And with your support, we're gonna get there. And it's really unbelievable to me. This was a dream I had. And you guys are helping me make that dream come true. And I want to say thank you and I love you. You guys have a good night.